knife here.
Oh, we understand.
Hope we don't interrupt
Lick
that.
it once for me.
Fred, where did Buddy get a job?
That would be Gimbal.
Gimbals is correct. Hang on, Fred. We're going to give you a Hand and Stone gift card, which is good for a free massage or facial. And you can deck the halls at Hand and Stone Massage and Facial Spa and buy a spa package and get a free massage or facial gift card. Visit any of their 60 area locations or search for the location nearest you to view their exclusive online offers. Restrictions apply, and you can see the spa for full details. We're going to start with this in the entertainment news. Rust Assistant Director Dave Halls is countersuing Alec Baldwin and other Rust crew members, arguing that it was their active and primary negligence that caused the shooting death of Helena Hutchins. According to the Hollywood Reporter, Halls' complaint filed in Los Angeles Superior Court on Friday is in response to litigation started by script supervisor Mamie Mitchell. And she had sued Baldwin along with 22 others, claiming that a loaded gun that was fired on set killing Hutchins and injuring director Joel Salza resulted from poor safety protocols. Hall's suit comes on the heels of another countersuit filed in November by Baldwin, blaming armorer Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, prop master Sarah Zachary, and ammunition supplier Seth Kenny for the October 2021 shooting.
At this point, should they do that thing where you for the Christmas gifts, like a white, what do they call it, a white elephant?
White elephant, yeah.
They sit around and they can trade their lawsuits because there's so many of them.
Once you get into suits and countersuits and a countersuit to that countersuit, I start getting completely lost.
No, and I think that very well might be a legal tactic.
Same things with laws when you have judges that overturn this and that and stop that,
right.
But this ruling changes that one. I totally forget what the original thing was.
That's why we're pre-med.
Yeah, exactly. We stayed out of that. Aaron Paul and his family have had their name change petitions approved, meaning that the actor is now legally known as Aaron Paul.
I think that makes sense because that's his bread and butter.
Yeah, and in fact, he was born, he's used that stage name for most of his career, but he was born Aaron Studervant. So you can see why it's just easier to, for an actor, for somebody like that to use a name like Paul. Meanwhile, his son, who, and by the way, his middle name was Paul, his son, who was formerly known as Casper Emerson Paul, will now go by Ryden Caspian Paul. They had a
name fest.
They decided
what do you
to
want?
Change the name. So
I like that, Meatloaf.
They went for it. Yeah.
I recently watched Breaking Bad. Casey, I know you watched it several times. My girlfriend had never seen it before, so we watched it together. There are a few performances by Aaron. I mean, Aaron Paul is incredible, and Bryan Cranston is amazing too, but there are a few performances by him that are just outstanding. He is an incredible actor, especially on that show. Yeah. And now I want to rewatch El Camino and Better Call Saul. It's just, that whole universe that Vince Gilligan created is amazing, and in no small part because of Aaron Paul.
Yeah, when he has a couple of breakdowns in that show, it's really fine acting.
He delivers this monologue in AA one time that's just remarkable.
Yep. Former tennis superstar Boris Becker, we were talking about him not that long ago, said that he relied on blood brothers to protect him in a British prison and said that his life was threatened twice in his first interview since being released. The 55-year-old German was deported to Germany after being released last week, having served 8 months of a 2.5-year sentence for flouting insolvency rules by hiding about $3.1 million of assets and loans to avoid paying debts. He had been declared bankrupt in June 2017, owing creditors $50 million, it says pounds here, which would be more than $50 million, and a loan of more than $5 million on his estate on the Spanish island of Mallorca. In an often emotional 3-hour interview, the former tennis world #1 said the nights in Wandsworth Prison, not far from where he won the Wimbledon title 3 times, were atrocious. He said he was fortunate to have forged close ties with a group of inmates that he termed blood brothers as 2 prisoners he called...
Did we just become best friends?
Yep.
Oh, that's Step Brothers.
That he called John and Ike on separate occasions had threatened him.
Wow.
John, serving 25 years for multiple murders, threatened to harm him if he didn't give him money. Ike got him on his own, and Becker says 10 prisoners saved my life, rescuing him when he yelled out. And then the next day, Ike, the other guy, asked if I would accept his apology. He said, I raised him to his feet and hugged him and told him that I had great respect for him.
So Boris only had to give 10 Hummers.
Maybe. I don't know. Becker says that he would remain in contact with those who protected him.
All right.
He said, when you have fought for survival together, that brings you together, and we needed each other.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, I do wonder how deep those blood brother pacts are, because did I ever tell you I have a blood brother pact? With,
No.
With
who?
my childhood friends. Although none of us really wanted to commit to making ourselves bleed, so we did it with ketchup.
All right.
And now we're ketchup brothers.
I remember this.
What was it over? Just a general, when you need me?
Yeah,
When you
it
need
was
a condiment, call on me?
one of those things where somebody must have seen it on TV, and
Right.
then we were like, well, we have to do the same thing.
I don't know if we ever did a full blood brother. It always looked cool.
Yeah.
But...
You know what I can't stand in movies is when there needs to be blood drawn for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Is that people will cut themselves across the palm of their hand.
the most necessary for gripping.
You're going to regret that later on.
Why not just do it along your ball sack?
We have a sword fight coming up.
Yeah.
I have a sword battle coming up in a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'm going to take my dominant hand. I'm going to cut, stitches level cut in the middle of my palm.
How about the butt cheek?
Yeah.
The left butt cheek.
Yeah. Yes.
Right?
We were
high enough so it's above where you sit.
Exactly. Or maybe, top of my forearm or
Right.
something like that. Yeah.
We were talking just a week or two ago about how those tiny little things on your pinky finger
Hurt
or
like a
whatever
bastard.
hurts so
Yes.
bad.
Look at this. So it's on my thumb.
You can't play wiffle ball for
I
2
cannot
weeks.
play wiffle ball.
Look at this. I cut the meaty part of my the base of my palm near my thumb, and it's driving me crazy.
You can't
So
go, okay.
I showed up last night at a Veterans of Vietnam because I had this injury, and they did not see it as a valid reason to be there.
Okay.
And in retrospect, they were right.
By the way, he had described, Boris Becker had described the prison as extremely dirty and extremely dangerous. There were murderers, child abusers, drug dealers, and every kind of criminal you can imagine.
And mimes.
But, oh my God, the horror. The horror.
The horror. And they don't even put bars on their cells. They just pretend they're there.
But he's out now, and as for what the future held and where he would live, Becker said that it was unlikely to be Germany. He said, I can't say where I'm going now. He said, I don't think it will be Germany. I don't know if I'll stay in Europe. Perhaps Miami, he said.
What about Uniana Park?
And I'm also a big fan of Dubai. And he said, I've become cautious with my statements about the future. What's the main difference between Dubai and Abu Dhabi?
The
People in Dubai don't like the Flintstones.
But the people of Abu Dhabi do.
Yes.
It's never not funny.
I saw
that one.
Guys,
That's
I
never
love
not
that
funny.
one.
I saw a side-by-side photo of Dubai in 1985 compared to Dubai this year.
Yeah.
It's insane how much that place has grown in
Dubai?
30 years. Yeah.
Dubai is, I've heard Dubai mentioned multiple times recently. People going, that is a vacation hotspot. A friend of ours, Jamie Blackburn, a friend of the show, and her and her.
Did they go?
She went years ago and raved upon it, but also says that she's heard, that it's just growing exponentially.
It keeps my brother's wife's brother. So I call him my brother-in-law. He lives there, and we just saw him. He was just in town a few weeks ago, and it's always interesting to talk to him about living there. I mean, that's his home. That's where him and his wife live.
Yeah.
And Steve, he says the same thing. He's like, it's just. He goes, everything is fake and made.
Right.
It's very Las
it's
Vegas like, right? Like it's an improbable city.
There's no reason for it to be
No
there.
reason for it to be there.
Yeah, but I think but he said, he goes, it's beautiful. He's like, for them.
Can you drink there?
We love it.
Yes, because
you
people would stay in Dubai rather than in Qatar for the World Cup because they could go to bars and stuff in Dubai. And
So
then
the people of Abu Dhabi do.
Yes, but they would then fly over to Qatar because they are much more restricted in their ability to party and go to bars and things like that. So people would stay in Dubai.
I'm sure their laws are a little bit more restrictive than
yeah,
others,
that's what I was
but,
gonna. I was gonna respond to Nick because he said once he left his wallet downstairs in his apartment building, he said there's $3,000 in it. He went upstairs. He said 2 hours later, he's like, oh my God. I left I know exactly where I left it. He said he went down and he goes, it was sitting right there. He said, because people won't touch it. They won't commit a crime because if you take something like that, he's like, you could toss in jail for a long time.
You have a friend who has $3,000 in their wallet?
When he was in Dubai, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
And then also, I just started watching a show on Netflix called Recruit, and there was a scene in there where one of the characters was talking about Beirut, Lebanon, and
Yes.
what an amazing place that is. I was like, Beirut?
It used to be the Paris of the Middle East.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
like-
there's a lot of history there. And then, unfortunately, there was a terrible war where...
and now it's back.
and now people are going again.
Now it's the Chester of Juniata Park.
What?
Chester.
Wait, Beirut is the Chester of Juniata Park?
You know.
I got to let my mind wrap around
Yeah,
that.
I don't even understand that one. It's just they were trying to make a correlation.
Abu Dhabi do. How's that cookie?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you to intern Annie who brought us all
Here's the
cookies
deal.
today for Christmas.
We
which
got
is
gifts from our
awesome.
interns.
Hey, I'm not
How-
busting. I honestly want to know how the cookie is.
Freaking amazing.
All right.
I knew
But
Annie would have
I got to take like medicines, and I can't do it on an empty stomach.
Got to take it with a cookie.
And that's the only food I got.
Yeah.
My doctor said take this with
Take
your
2
cookies.
sleeves of
They didn't
Oreos
say-
and call me in the morning.
It doesn't. It just says food. It doesn't say healthy food. Just take this with food, okay?
It's food.
Yeah.
I agree.
And it's your fault I have to take this medicine.
What?
It's your fault.
Why?
Because you guilted me into getting onto the meltdown ride, and then I fell on my neck, and now
Oh, it's your fault.
It's my fault.
it's your fault.
So when it comes down to it, cookies at 7 o'clock in the morning
Are
is my
your
fault.
fault.
It was
Okay.
really, I started at 6:40.
That's a sequel to
Really, it's 6.
it's a sequel to Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Okay.
All right, NBC has announced the lineup for Miley's New Year's Eve party, hosted with Miley Cyrus.
Nick
and her,
endorsed.
and her real-life godmother, global superstar Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
It'll-
Tuning in.
It'll be live from Miami. Maybe Boris Becker will show
Yes.
up. The all-star lineup of musical guests include breakout rapper Latto, Grammy Award nominee Sia. Latto.
My name is Latto. To get Latto.
And the
Zeppelin rules.
singer-songwriter Fletcher, Los Angeles rock band Lily, and viral hip-hop duo Ray Shremmerd.
All right, everybody
Shremmerd.
sucks.
I don't know
No.
one single person on that
No,
list.
they all suck. And did anybody watch this Dolly?
Smir's the word.
Did you watch the Dolly Christmas special? that
I
she
watched a
put
little
out?
bit of it. Yeah, I love her.
I do. I had a hard time watching. I watched the whole thing.
Yeah.
But I had a hard time watching it. It was not great.
No, it was okay.
Yeah.
But she's phenomenal, so she gets a pass.
Yeah.
You know.
So let's see. Saturday Night Live star Chloe Feynman,
Love her.
Sarah Sherman, and comedy trio Please Don't Destroy will also
Oh, nice.
appear.
They do the digital shorts on SNL.
Okay.
They're really funny.
They're going to be a part of this then. Let me see. There's a couple. Actually, we have all the time in the world today.
Yep.
Dwayne Johnson has announced that Black Adam 2 won't be a part of DC Comics' first chapter. In a tweet shared on Tuesday, the 50-year-old actor said that he connected with the new DC CEO James Gunn and had been told that Black Adam will not be in their first chapter of storytelling. He said, however, DC and $7, which is, I think, the production company, have agreed to continue exploring the most valuable ways that Black Adam can be utilized in future DC multiverse chapters. In his own statement, Gunn said, love The Rock, and I'm always excited to see what he and $7 do next. Can't wait to collaborate soon.
Steve, I read, and you probably know this better than I do, but that eventually it was supposed to be Black Adam versus Shazam in a franchise.
And Superman.
And
Yeah.
yes, and now that James Gunn has taken over, that path is no longer going to be taken.
Well, what he's done is he effectively is, he's basically said there won't be another Gal Gadot Wonder Woman, at least for now. And Henry Cavill has been released as Superman.
Right.
Now, the word is, and this could just be Hollywood speak, that they would like to reincorporate Henry Cavill down the road as another DC character. He could also, the notion is the Marvel has been interested in The Rock and Dwayne Johnson for a while. So we'll see how this plays out. The only reason, listen, I could have lived forever in that Zack Snyder DC universe and have him, with the correction that was Zack Snyder's Justice League. I'm like, yeah, more, please.
Yeah.
I want to see all of that.
Listen,
But what the deal is that James Gunn is also really good.
He is.
So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and see where this goes.
I'm a big fan of James Gunn, his style, and I'm looking forward to his take on this stuff. But I will say that the epilogue in the Justice League Snyder cut.
Oh, God.
I'm like, can we at least explore that a little bit?
Something from that,
Please.
because I've rewatched that like 6 times and I just loved it.
It's a masterpiece.
Yeah.
It is so effing good.
Yep.
And I know, and I take all of, the Zack Snyder stuff. I just love it. And that world, and he was world building at that point. And so, listen, but at least we got that. You know, the fact that we got that is cool.
Yep, and it was cool that Zack Snyder was part of our Christmas Miracle broadcast yesterday.
Come on. That'd be like you and Neil Peart going to iFly.
Yeah. Yep. What a day. That would be amazing.
When was the last time you went to iFly?
It's been a few years, ever since my shoulder got all tweaked out, and now it's better. So it's been 3-4 years, something like that.
You still have the suit?
I do. Yeah, and it still fits.
Will you go back?
I would think so. I need to go back there.
May I suggest something?
I was getting pretty decent.
Yeah,
at it.
you were.
Yeah.
Wear that to the airport and pretend you're a pilot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Helmet and all.
Wear a Superman outfit.
That would be awesome, too. All right, so just another quick couple of things. Patti LuPone
Yes.
is joining the WandaVision spinoff series, Agatha, Coven of Chaos.
I'm looking forward to this.
The 3-time Tony winner will join Katherine Hahn, who is reprising her role as Agatha Harkness, and Emma Caulfield Ford, who will return as Dottie, along with Alihan, Maria Dezia, Shajir Zamata, and Joe Locke, and Aubrey Plaza. Aubrey's the only name that I recognize.
Joe Locke?
Yeah. By the way, Patti LuPone, I recognize her. I looked her up, but I don't
Broadway legend.
know where from, though.
Life Goes On.
Yeah. She was the mom and
She
Life
was the
Goes
mom.
On.
Okay, maybe that's it.
And she's great. She also is known to be cantankerous on stage. If anyone's phone goes off, or she will freak out.
Yeah, she's a big theater person.
Okay. Casey, I do have one movie opening.
Oh, well, then I got something for you, bro.
Steve sent this to me yesterday. So one movie to mention, and that movie is Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. It stars Antonio Banderas, Salma Hayek, and Olivia Colman. This fall, everyone's favorite leche-loving, swashbuckling, fear-defying feline returns, and Puss in Boots discovers that his passion for peril and disregard for safety is to have taken their toll. Puss has burned through 8 of his 9 lives, though he lost count along the way. Getting those lives back will send Puss in Boots on his grandest quest yet. Hour and 42 minutes long. It is rated PG. It's in a wide theater release, and it gets a 97% score.
The word is, this is the movie of the holiday season.
No kidding.
This is the one that is going to be the crowd pleaser. You have Avatar at a 3-hour and 11-minute runtime, so you can't have as many screenings.
Right.
This one's shorter, and they also say it is the best movie of the Shrek series.
No way.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. Him and Donkey are that to me. That is the entire like Shrek. Even though he didn't show up until the last.
It's a money shot. Yeah.
He's so cute.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And when he uses that.
Oh my God, it's the best.
Yeah.
And it's just perfectly cast as far as voices are concerned.
Nice. All right, and we got some clips to play. All right, wow. Well, where do we start here? Decadence, depravity, and outrageous excess lead to the rise and fall of several ambitious dreamers in 1920s Hollywood in Babylon. And in this clip, Margot Robbie explains why she always plays complex characters.
I find comfort in the chaos. It's why I love movie sets. Like, there's nowhere I feel more calm and happy than on a movie set while you're like in the eye of a storm and it's just like madness around you, and I love that. Nothing makes me happier.
Babylon comes out in theaters tomorrow, by the way.
There's the critics are sort of split on this. This is right in my wheelhouse. I love stuff that examines Hollywood, so I'm looking forward to it, and Damien Chazelle is phenomenal.
Yeah. Next clip. Here we go. I Want to Dance with Somebody follows the life of Whitney Houston as she became one of the greatest singers of her generation. And here, star Naomi Ackie explains how she made her lip syncing look natural.
Is not what she appears on the surface. And she has a whole different agenda going on as well. But it unfolds into something that you're maybe not quite expecting.
She's playing Whitney Houston.
When I first heard that, I'm like, hang on a second here.
I hang on to that. I'm just gonna. It's gonna be my Mac.
Hang on, I'm
and
going to
me,
play some more of that again. Oh, no. Let's play the actual clip.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
When I was studying the live performances of them, I was able to, hear when she takes in a breath and when she takes in the audience and all of that kind of stuff. And I think that really helps is when you know where the breaths are taken and all of that, that actually is everything else starts to just lock into place.
Shut up, dummy.
I do appreciate it when someone can pull off a lip syncing.
Yeah.
When they're using the original artist's music and they're lip syncing to it. If they can do it right, because a lot of times you can tell you're like, man, that's way off.
Yeah.
But
It is
I
very
do
difficult.
appreciate it when they do it well.
And how are you going to sell?
Oh, Whitney?
How are you going to come up there? Now Renee Zellweger did some singing for Judy Garland.
Right.
So she got, it was very solid. It wasn't Judy Garland, but it was in the ballpark.
Right.
And it worked. But Whitney, especially since one of the pivotal scenes in the movie is her singing the national anthem, which is one of the great moments in music history.
Agreed.
So when she's doing this performance, she is singing too, right? Like, I mean, I know she's lip syncing as well, but you would have to think that, like, just the way that she's projecting,
Yeah.
that something's coming out.
I feel like in order to actually, oh my god, in order to get like the proper mouth movements, you actually need to be vocalizing something.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Whitney Houston with the national anthem.
Oh, that's awful.
Can we? All right, hang on a second.
Casey's got a question.
Can you hold me?
Listen, it's the last day of the year. All right, not literally, but for us. Can we put out a video of us all lip syncing and see who can do the lip syncing the best?
What song?
I'm going to be.
I want to dance with somebody.
What?
I want to dance with somebody.
Let's do a video of you doing it, Nick, because you're going to be the best at it.
Yeah, well,
I think you.
well, you don't have to, but if you want to, and Nick and Kathy or whoever wants to participate, want to see what we can.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind doing it. It's a little extra work on the day that I want to leave as soon as the show.
Oh no, I mean we'll do it during commercials.
Can we build a barn?
Yeah.
There's a TikTok dance that goes along with it. We could do that too.
Kathy can do that.
Do you want to stay and learn
I'm
that?
not
Press-
dancing.
I'll
What?
play the
I'm not
disinterested
dancing.
observer.
What a Grinch.
I hate dancing.
Both of you.
He doesn't want to dance with somebody.
Yeah, I don't want to dance with anybody.
Preston Elliott
That's
story.
the name of my song. I don't want to dance with anybody.
Pictures. The story of a man who doesn't want to dance with anyone. I don't want to dance with anyone. The Preston Elliott story.
I don't want to dance with anybody.
I don't want to feel a beat with nobody.
All right.
Preston Elliott story.
I don't want to dance with anybody. Whitney did that thing when she would do a long, drawn-out note with vibrato in it. Is her lower jaw would
Detach.
would quiver? No, it wouldn't detach like a snake.
Like Skeletor.
Yes.
That wasn't attached at all. How did he make that thing move?
It's crazy.
Magic.
Magic.
Yeah.
Well, and it's funny to see some other singers try to do that.
Right.
When it like hers was just natural.
Natural. Yeah. She was one of the. She had one of the most beautiful voices of any human that ever lived.
There is an amazing combination of Barbra Streisand, Judy Garland, Whitney Houston. I mean, with Jennifer Hudson, they've just got that powerhouse.
Aretha Franklin.
Yeah,
there's-
Aretha Franklin.
There's a few of them that are just like just way up there beyond the others. So, and she was one of them. All right, that's the entertainment report. Let's take a break. Let me give away something. Giving away things.
Okay.
What can I give away? More
Ooh.
beer?
Hey, no, I
Where
think Preston. I think people need to laugh.
All right, let's do
With somebody.
This. You want to laugh with somebody? We have a chance for you to win.
that's not the right.
Okay, that's not the one.
An invitation to
See?
a wake.
I just made Nick laugh.
There you go.
Yes, you did. We have a pair of tickets to see award-winning comedian Jack Whitehall and his Jack Arse Tour opener, which is going to be Thursday, February 16th. We'll take caller number 10, 215-263-WMMR. This is going to be at the Miller Theater, and tickets are on sale now via KimmelCulturalCampus.org. So we'll take the 10th caller. We will give you those tickets. Give us a buzz right now. We'll take a break and be back. Stay with us this morning.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Will it be fast food or fancy food?
Schnitzel.
Schnitzel?
Yeah.
Do you like schnitzel?
It's not bad. It's it's good. I mean, it's not great, but yum. Yeah, it'll do it.
Is that what Christoph Waltz is eating during Inglourious Bastards?
No, that's
strudel. Strudel, okay. Because I love me some strudel.
Schnitzel is very sweet.
Yeah. Do you know what schnitzel is?
Is it? No. Is it a baked good? Is it a salty baked good?
It's pork.
Oh, then no.
Fried pork.
Okay.
Essentially, it's like a fried pork tenderloin, so it's not anything like a schnitzel.
I don't like it much. Yeah.
You don't like schnitzel?
Nah, I'm not a big schnitzel
I mean,
guy.
I like it. It's good enough. So anyhow, Schnitzel Fest event in Bavaria, Germany, apparently used 400 pork chops, 4,000 eggs, 551 pounds of breadcrumbs to create a giant schnitzel. And the resulting schnitzel is 2,663 pounds.
Wow. People must have been schnitting for weeks after.
That's good, dude.
You knew it was coming.
I just took a hairy schnit.
753.5 square feet is how big it is. I've had schnitzel in Germany, in Munich. We were having dinner, and I'm like, how can I not have schnitzel?
If you're going to have schnitzel, you have it there. So what did you think?
It's good. It's not great.
It's not rocking your world.
No, it's good. I'd order it. I've had it at other places as well, too.
It's funny when you have something that you think is authentic and then you later do have the authentic version of something and your opinion of it changes 180%, 180 degrees, I should say.
Organizers say it took nearly 3,700 gallons of oil to fry. A Guinness World Record adjudicator, how do you say that word?
Adjudicator?
Adjudicator, thank you. Was on hand to verify the schnitzel's measurements.
They called me the schnithead.
And certify that it broke the previous record of 1,212 pounds, so it blew that record away. And it was then split up into 4,800 portions and sold to attendees at the festival.
Yes, we put it on a conveyor belt and it comes right out to Schnitthorn.
Keep going. Do more.
What were you going to say? You were going to say something.
Well, so it's just a pork chop, basically?
Yeah, I don't know if it might be the tenderloin case. I'm not 100% sure what part of the pig it is. But yeah, it's like a fried pork chop or a fried tenderloin.
Yeah, I never really cared for pork chops.
Oh man, I do love pork.
I know, and people like my father loves them, and I like them only if they are incinerated to the point.
No.
That's the only way I can eat.
You got to get them juicy. All right. Well, anyhow, they made the biggest one in the world.
What cartoon has a character named Schnitzel?
That was Chowder.
Chowder, that's it.
And
okay.
Schnitzel would only say rattle, rattle. He never said anything other than that, rattle, rattle.
I was looking for that, and I came across something that says Schnit in the bathtub, so I'm going to
Go ahead, let's hear what that is.
I don't know what that is, but...
Oh, no, someone decided to take a shit in the bathtub. Not again.
You know what that was from?
What is that from?
That OxyClean parody. You remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
my God, that was funny.
That was very funny.
That was...
Where they add the dialogue.
Just take this effing thing right over here and rip this. Oh, look at that. Someone schnit in the bathtub.
Oh, no, someone decided to take a shit in the bathtub. Not again.
Not again.
I saw this story. I thought this was kind of interesting. A pair of panties belonging to Adolf Hitler's wife, Eva Braun, sold at auction for around $6,000 over the weekend.
Oh, geez.
The pink...
Put on the panties!
Yes, the pink...
The ones that I like, the pink ones!
The pink silk panties, embroidered with Braun's initials, came from a private European World War II collection. They were sold to an anonymous UK telephone bidder.
These are like bloomers.
Who also bought her, you're right, they're huge.
Yeah.
Who also bought her white lace night dress for $5,000. You know there's some guy wearing these things staring in the, in the mirror.
Swaziland!
Yes.
Oh my God! You know, as obviously as staggeringly aberrant as Hitler was with all of his little things like his all the weird, creepy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
him having sex is at the bottom of the list of things I want to think about Hitler doing.
Yeah. Auctioneer Jonathan Humbert said that there was perennial interest in items from the Nazi Germany area. In the same auction, a bracelet presented by Goering's wife, Emmy.
I got you something.
Sold for about $3,000.
Oh, my gosh. He been to Javid.
The gold-plated bracelet dated 1938 has a central locket with a swastika and opens up to reveal
a swastika on it?
a picture of Hitler, of whom Goering was a close confidant, of course. So there was a picture of Hitler in this locket that he gave to her with the bracelet.
That's right there. Too cute to not commit genocide.
Oh, my God. Happy wife, happy life. I actually said that phrase to somebody the other day a minute, and it's
the truth. Honestly, and you know when things, you walk in and you can feel it in the air.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
I know.
Oh, no.
And then when I say it's because you're on your period.
Oh, my God.
You said that one time, and you never said it again.
Is it girl things? What did you say?
Oh, my God. They turn into Rambo. They turn into Rambo.
It's gonna get bloody.
I'm
coming for you.
Oh, my God. Kathy, what were you going to say? Oh,
having my period, having to use the feminine hygiene products, spitting on us, calling us baby killers.
And we know it. It's so bad. I hate it, but listen,
use it.
I'm an animal.
I do again. As I've said, my it's pretty even keel. I don't have the Jekyll and Hyde thing. You know, yeah,
God,
never had that.
What country was Hawaiian pizza invented? 215-263 WMMR. We will go to Kara and see if she knows the answer. Hey, Kara.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, Kara. So, do you know what country Hawaiian pizza was invented in?
Canada.
That's correct.
Yeah, they call that the Big Island, Preston.
Because it used to be, it was pineapple and Canadian bacon, which is essentially ham anyway. But I remember when you first would order, or at least I remember when I first ordered Hawaiian pizza, that it was advertised as pineapple and Canadian bacon.
There you go. Would never have guessed.
It's like a nightmare for me.
I love it.
Really?
The cooked fruit situation for me is
yeah,
like
that's
I'm out.
right.
I'm just out.
That's right. Any hot fruit.
Yeah.
There's a band name, Hot Fruit. Damn it. I got to write these down.
Romano, come down and see my new band, Hot Fruit. We sizzle.
We're sick.
They sizzle?
I'm sorry. Did I hear that again?
I'm Captain Romano, come see our new band, Hot Fruit. Boys, we sizzle.
Hot Fruit. All right, anyhow.
What do we play? I'm interested.
That's a good question.
Nothing but Shania Twain.
All night.
Let's go, girls.
All right.
Want some Hawaiian pizza?
Hot fruit.
And the director, by the way, is a guy named Jim Mickle. He's from Pottstown.
Jim Mickle.
Oh, yeah, actually, he did a movie I've mentioned before, a vampire movie, a really good vampire movie called Stakeland.
No kidding.
Yeah, really well done.
Okay.
Kathy just got a message.
Kathy just wants
Everything okay?
Yeah, she just wants to listen to some music.
Yeah.
Turned over to B101.
Wait, I'm trying to win the
Station I
prize.
really love.
I'm trying to win Richard Marx tickets.
Could you guys be quiet?
Can you guys just take a break for a minute?
Yeah, my name is RONANO.
Oh, my God. Thank you. I'm so excited.
I can't. I'm at work.
Yeah, you can't get more excited than that.
You can't get more excited that you just won tickets. I can't. I'm at work.
I work at WMMR. I do the morning show.
Well, can you go outside and scream?
Kathy at WMMR.com. You can't win this.
You could actually walk one block down and pick up the tickets.
Guys, I'll be right back.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
I noticed.
Just notice more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
The Cold War. CW.
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. All the jokes were told between Soviets, but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So,
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person.
I don't. They're not clear on what the purpose
or was
of this
it for their?
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at
So
the CIA.
there's a lot of Yakov Smirnoff stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, you want to hear the joke?
Please tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States is so free that he can stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, 'To hell with Ronald Reagan,' too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. Where? What?
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing at a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, "Did you get him?" He said, "No, the line there was even longer than the line here."
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
You know, maybe you don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but... you told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
I don't think you told that correctly.
Shut up.
Banana. So Stalin.
I'm going home.
Stalin was also.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. It's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in gulag.
I'm here all Seville.
I would say try Seville, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way Homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
All right, thank you, Kathy. We'll play our the bulk of our favorite Christmas moments on the Preston and Steve show this morning, like the Pituation singing Frosty the Snowman.
Wonderful. I mean, we're off tomorrow, so.
Yes, we are. In fact, we'll give away our Word of the Week prize today at the end of the program. So if you've been collecting the letters, today is the day that we will unload that prize. So stay with us till the end of the show. So as Kathy reported in the news, Jim Gardner hung it up yesterday after 45 years on the air at 6 ABC.
So his first step, he took himself off the 11 o'clock news and had been doing that for a while with the promise that this would be the eventual outcome of everything. And they did some tributes along the way, but it was really something to see yesterday.
So I heard on a report this morning that he's going to continue with a podcast of his own.
Yes.
Oh, really?
And that he will pop up from time to time on 6ABC.
As like a special report, right?
I guess so. Then there's a few people have done that. Tom Brokaw's done it. I think Larry Kane locally will
Yes.
do that as well. So he'll be, he's going to keep he's going to keep his hand in
a toe in the water
a little bit just to do it from time to time
That
because
sounds like him.
Yeah.
Like
he likes doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what he said. That was one of the first things he said is, "I'm just so you know, I'm going to miss you."
Right.
And when he said that, I'm like, I wonder why he's retiring.
I would like to see him. He gave a very. It was sort of a. I wouldn't say a warning, but about the state of journalism and why people are losing faith in the news. And I'd like to see him teach broadcast journalism.
Yeah, he'd be a great teacher. And I mean, Steve, he is trusted. I've trusted him my entire life. And so if there's any great journalists out there, Jim is at the top of that class. I said this earlier, but I stood up for the entire broadcast yesterday because I felt like it needed a little bit of respect for it. And then I thought it was really cool that it was also recognized on the national news broadcast. David Muir made mention of it and talked about it. And then it was a segment on the national news broadcast. That's the gravitas that Jim brings. And it's just, it's been my entire life. I'm 47 years old. Casey's the same age as me. And we've never watched 6ABC without having Jim Gardner be a part of it.
You guys ever remember the national news pointing out a local newscaster?
Not like that.
Retire. I've never really picked up
I'm
on
sure
that.
it's
happened, but
for the revered, maybe somebody. But I mean, he is in that pantheon of revered. You don't want to say. There are great broadcasters out there, and and Brian Taft and everybody over there they'll pick up the mantle and run with it as he made mention of it last night. But there is a certain list of ingredients that goes into creating that old school trusted anchor, and you don't want to say it's passing, but there are very few like him.
Yeah, and in fact, it wasn't just the national news last night. This morning they were still running it. I watched the 4 a.m. Or the tail end of the 3 a.m. 6 ABC national news, and they hit it on again this morning.
They mentioned it on the Connors last night, which blew me away.
Connors, wow, that's a sitcom.
I had to go to a.
Well, hey, I'm sorry to interrupt. He was mentioned on what's the school?
Abbott Elementary.
Yes, Abbott Elementary in one of the first episodes.
Yeah.
So he did end up in a sitcom. What were you saying, Casey?
No, I missed it. I had to go to a basketball game last night, so I wanted to, and I just missed every single last second of it, and I'm sad.
We got some clips for you. If you want to
it's
hear
not
a
the
little
same.
bit. I know.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's just not the same.
I
It's
have
like-
the whole thing recorded, so if you'd like it, I will take the video recording, put it in a box, and send it to you.
All right. This is we have a few different.
I don't know where to start.
We'll start here. We'll see what we get. Here we go.
So, as some of you might know, this was my last shot anchoring the 6 o'clock news at Channel 6 and trying to get it right. The first time was May 11th, 1977. I was 6 days short of my 29th birthday. Foremost on my mind was trying to avoid humiliating myself and embarrassing this television station. But there were enough talented and truly supportive people holding me up so that we avoided a disastrous start. I was searching for my voice and probably didn't really find it until the Pope came to town in 1979, and we did 2 full days of unscripted television. Everybody seemed to think we did a good job. I thought I did too. It was only after that experience that I finally felt worthy to represent the efforts of the members of the Action News team. And in my mind, that's when we, and I mean you and I, really started this journey together, a journey that ends tonight.
That's pretty cool that he admitted that that it was the confidence in, okay, I did a good job today.
Right.
I nailed it today.
I think I can do this.
And so I think I can do this.
I'm still waiting for that moment.
So, Press and Steve, you guys are from different cities. Steve, I mean, you lived in New York.
Yeah.
I mean, that is like the mecca of all cities in the world. I've only lived here. I've only had Jim Gardner. So anytime I've ever traveled to another city and have tuned into their news programs, I hold it to the Jim Gardner standard. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and you're like, oh, it's not as good.
They all seem like just stand-ins.
So
what Jim Gardner is.
I will tell you, he's in a pantheon because listen, New York considered the number one market, but I will contest that in everything radio and TV, at least in quality. A lot of times there were people that were legendary like Roger Grimsby and Chuck Scarborough and Bill Beutel and all these people that I grew up with. And they were certainly some really sleek ones, but they were also dinged up a lot. Like a lot of them had drinking issues and stuff like that. And you know, you didn't have that here. You had the steady confidence of Garner. You know,
every market's got their guy,
Yeah.
or gal, or person who is the lead anchor. You can tell they're the one that that by far the majority of people will tune to, and I had that growing up as well, but. Jim is just he does it so effortlessly.
He also has, and you heard it just there, in his delivery of the news. And I'm sorry, I remember during really catastrophic moments that were conveyed to me through anchors and reporters like that. You benefit from the approach, and his cadence is very assuring.
Mm-hmm.
And there are not a lot of people that. A lot of people seem like they're in a speed reading contest,
Right?
And he lets it breathe.
Yeah, catastrophic moments for sure, Steve, but also joyous ones.
Yes,
like tuning into Jim when the Phils won the World Series, when the Sixers were in the playoffs, when the Eagles won the Super Bowl. Like that felt cool to me to be able to see his enjoyment, his love for sports for sure. And there may be like anchors like that in every city, Preston, but I don't think any city would tailgate for that anchor when that anchor retired. Like Philly tailgated for Jim Gardner last night. Like the people that are tailgating outside and celebrating his retirement by having some cocktails in a parking lot, that doesn't happen in any other city.
They're running a special tonight where they'll go through, a lot of highlights in his career. But he mentioned one last night when the Pope came to town in the 70s. And he said that's really when he kind of found his place on the air here in Philadelphia.
By the way, the guy, I think, who organized the tailgate's name was Chris Miko.
Okay.
And he said that he had been planning the tailgate for more than a year.
Oh, my gosh.
And he said Philly's a very tough, connected city. Everyone loves each other, Everyone hates us, but we all love each other. And that's all that matters. And Jim gets it. Jim captures the spirit of the city.
He gets it. He absolutely gets it. He's a perfect Philadelphian. Even though he didn't grow up here, this is his home.
Yeah. All right. Here's another clip. This is him talking about the beginning of his career. Let's roll this.
So, as some of you might know,
this is we already rolled
clip.
that one.
Yeah.
All right. Next clip is his relationship with the viewers.
That clip was about him lip syncing to Whitney Houston.
In fact, we traveled through much of our lives together. I've been reading comments from so many of you about how you once watched us with your parents, even your grandparents, and now that you're a parent or even a grandparent, we are still part of your day, a part of your world. That sense of being engaged in a generational relationship has been profoundly satisfying to me and to my colleagues. I do appreciate all the kindnesses and even expressions of sadness that some viewers have relayed to me over the past year and especially over the last number of weeks.
I think he got emotional.
What I need...
What's that?
I think that, Kathy, that might be where, when he commented on people's sadness that he was leaving, I think that was where I detected
his eyes got a little glaze over them.
Okay.
But what I need you to know is how much I'm going to miss you.
You can hear his voice go just a little bit there.
We have long had an unstated agreement, you and I. I like to say that we formed a covenant years ago. We give you respect and our commitment to reporting in a no-nonsense way those things that are important to you and making sure that what we tell you is accurate and fair. But we also promise to share in your joys and your sadnesses, your triumphs and your losses, because they are ours too. We are all members of the same community, and we have the same very high stakes in its well-being. And in return for all of this, you gave us just one thing, your trust. Well, maintaining that trust became the most important motivator for me, coming to work every day and doing the absolute best job that I could.
Nice.
So the accolades, and obviously ongoing. He got a police escort yesterday into work.
That was cool.
And they also had, obviously they renamed the street, or at least they how they'll add on an honorarium by renaming the street, quote unquote,
and the studio,
yeah, which is pretty amazing, and all of that stuff. But it's again, in this career, I'd have to say that he's had one of the things that was important to us was he was the holy grail for the longest time. And getting him through a whole bunch of side channels to finally get him out to the Camp Out for Hunger years ago. The first time he came out, and then he came because I think he really believed in the Phil Abundance and the mission. But that first time was like, what? He, it was unbelievable. He's coming.
We were all there. We were ready for him to arrive. And it was great meeting him. But in that last clip, he talks about trust. And in the news industry, I mean, that's what they strive for, is to have the audience trust them and what they're putting out there. And sometimes there are mistakes made, and it's a big deal at any of the news stations. But the way that he was able to, for so many years, have everybody that watches him trust him, like that's huge.
Well, it's at an all-time low right now. And so when you have somebody like that who does project that, because again, I find the local news always far more, obviously because just simply by locality and proximity, I'm more interested in it. But the his top of the tops, his execution.
I was nervous when he first came to Camp Out for Hunger because this was a guy that I looked up to forever.
Get Nick out of here.
No. And he made it really easy to talk to him. He loves to travel. He loves sports. So there are plenty of things that are relatable about the guy, and he makes it really easy. He's very, very humble. He does not make it about himself. But Preston, if you wouldn't mind, can you share the story about when you first tried to get him on the show?
Sure.
Because I love this.
Yeah, so I had become friends with Matt O'Donnell. We were golf buddies and everything. And after I had said, man, we'd love to get Jim on sometime. If you could ever say something to him, that'd be great. And he and Matt were working together, and Matt apparently, I think they were on set, and it might have been during a commercial break. Matt, they were just chatting, and he goes, hey, listen, by the way, he's like, I'm friends with these guys at the Preston and Steve show, and they were wondering, and he didn't even finish, and Jim turned to him and just goes, no. I guess morning shows had a reputation, or we had a reputation, or I don't know, and eventually, no. But eventually, once he came out, he was he actually sang our praises to us quite a bit, which was pretty awesome. It was a very, I was proud of that.
Well, the fact that he said that he stayed in the industry because he was inspired by us was, or he didn't say that. But I, as I'm watching this all play out and this whole thing, I really want him to I want to know that he's out there, see him out and about, and enjoying the fruits of this relationship that he's set up with this area and the people who have looked to him for years, and he should have, for whatever he decides to do for the rest of his life, have that expression of love come back to him, because it's a really cool thing. You don't see things like this, career-wise, that often. There are a handful of people who get it and then also deserve it, and he's one.
Yeah.
I have, and I've never used it. I do have his cell phone number now, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Blow that up, man. Jim, what you doing?
You awake? You up?
I was thinking, I know it's rather early. Have you ever heard the band Fish?
Yeah.
I bet you he has.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And actually, speaking of that, Steve, those are some of my favorite outtakes is when he's signing off in the 11 o'clock news and he's got to promote who's ever coming up on Kimmel and the band names. And I think, the writers do that for him just to make him break. But I love that.
All right. We have another clip of him talking about his future at 6 ABC.
And that's why I feel so good about the future of the two newscasts where I hung out for all these years. Rick Williams has quickly made Action News at 11 his own broadcast with the help of astoundingly good producers and so many other Action News folks. And if there is another anchor who feels more committed to furthering our unique relationship with you, I'd like to meet him or her. Brian Taff is a consummate journalist who will easily be the smartest person ever named to be anchor of Action News at 6. And like Rick has done at 11, Brian will join the magnificent Cecily Tynan and, Deuces, to form the best 6 o'clock anchor team in America.
Oh, that's great. A little bit of fun. I love it.
That dynamic, and I remember years ago, that used to be, and it is, I think people like that familial sense, with those reporters. Cecily clearly, complete adoration for him. I mean, in fact, she was pivotal in getting him out to the camp out. Yeah.
Yep, she made that happen. Yeah.
Jamie Apodi lives not far from me, and I'm in her neighborhood a lot. I have a lot of friends that live in her neighborhood, and he apparently is they're very close, and he's the kids like love him. And one day he just was like driving by and stopped in to Jamie's house to say hi. So I think the relationship that he has with a lot of people over there is, I guess being there that long, it's a little more than just a coworker.
Well, then is it absurd to think that we might get him out to the belly flop challenge?
I think that's what he said he wanted to start covering now.
Absolutely.
And then we have him thanking his family. So here we go.
My wife Amy and son Jesse are in the back of the studio right now. Amy, you have been and continue to be my beacon. And Jesse, you are a shining star. And I can feel the light of my other children even from a distance.
Oh, man, that's awesome. Wow. So, yeah, I'm happy to hear that he will be a contributor from time to time.
Yes.
I think that's really cool.
That is good. And you can use him to good effect.
I'm sorry. The only time I've lived here my whole life, obviously, and the only time I've ever seen Jim Gardner in the wild.
Yeah.
As I was driving down Lancaster Avenue one time, I was right in front of where the Haverford School is, and he was making a left turn. I was like, that's Jim Gardner!
Jim Gardner, do you like the band Fish?
Have you ever seen Jim Gardner in the wild? Anybody?
No.
It's that Fish guy. Oh,
I saw, it's funny. I saw Shari Williams one time at an Acme. I was doing an appearance. I'm like, Shari! I was just like, I don't know her.
Yeah.
I went over, and I was there I'm a fellow broadcaster.
Yeah.
I was there.
I have a microphone.
Hi. Hey, you know me, right? Yeah, we're contemporaries.
Casey, even when he came to camp out, like he was still in news mode, right? He had like the suit on and everything like that. So that doesn't count. You're not seeing him in the wild.
That does not count as Jim Gardner in the wild. Well, maybe
he was
for
dressed as
other
an
people.
Austrian mountain climber.
They were showing some clips last night of Gary Papa, with Jim, and even when Gary had lost his hair and was fighting cancer, like those were really emotional. The stuff that even with Dave Roberts when he retired, like it was just it's cool that Jim has been a part of the 6 ABC family for so long, but like that entire family loves him and respects him so much. It was really touching.
Talk about seeing people in the wild. Okay, so I forgot where I was going. Maybe it was anyway, I was at the airport and I did long-term parking and I get on the shuttle bus.
Right.
And I'm sitting there and nobody wants to be on that bus. It was early in the morning and it was cold and I'm just sitting there and I'm just, my body's jostling around from making those sharp turns. And all of a sudden I hear, Preston. And I turn around and it's Barkan sitting next to me. What are you doing here?
Yeah.
Oh, God. I'm like, I didn't see you in the wild.
It's weird when you do, where we've had those encounters was more in California, which was obviously they get
movie
dulled
stars.
to it. Yeah. But I mean, here, let's face it, the news people, listen, Mike Jarek and when they and Alex or any of those, of all the stations, and all of them have been sending really wonderful messages to Jim. There are celebrities,
Sure.
Yeah, Yuki said some really nice things about
they
Jim.
were wonderful.
It was really cool.
It was good to see that.
And then Jim said nice things about Yuki. It was really touching.
By the way, yesterday, to things that throw you off a little bit, to touch on that, when we were getting ready for Christmas Miracle, and I was talking to the guys in the band, WOFAT, and they're big fans of our program, have been listening to us for years and years. And I was cursing a little bit here and there, just dropping casual, an F-bomb, and they were like, it is so weird to hear you say that. And it's the same thing. If you've ever talked to a reporter or an anchor and you'll hear them drop an S-bomb or an F-bomb, you're like, that sounded weird, man.
I'm Tom Brokaw, suck my D.
They talk like that, too, in real life, out in the wild.
I'm Tom Brokaw. Tonight, a general invitation to suck my D.
Pierre? Steve, you remember when Pierre saw Tom Brokaw in the wild?
Yes.
He was like,
oh, yeah.
Pierre's out. He's at, was it Whole Foods or whatever? He's at the salad.
Yeah.
Do they even
Salad
have
bar.
those? Right. So he's at the salad bar. And Brokaw had been on with us that morning. Had he
Yeah,
not?
he was in town. He was promoting a book or something like that. Yeah.
Right, and in fact, we had him on to talk about the book. And so Pierre's like looking over the celery or whatever, and it didn't go. I think it was it was
a dismissive. Okay, good to see you too.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to go to this side of the store now.
All right. Well, yes, an end of an era with Mr. Jim Gardner. Retiring, but still going to. He's just not going to be on the 6 p.m. Obviously, the 11 o'clock stopped a while back, and he wants to. I think he's just a journalist, in a natural person that wants to inform others about things that are going on, or maybe now, if he does his podcast, a little bit more of opinion thrown in there too, if he wants to.
What if the podcast is nothing but wrestling?
Wouldn't that be awesome? I mean, it turns out he's a big fan of Rey Mysterio.
But then, you know what? Let that happen. If that's he deserves time to completely indulge whatever he's into.
Yeah. But it's wonderful to see all the love headed towards Jim, because he certainly deserves it.
And it reminds you to appreciate those people in your life that make your life what it is, you know?
Absolutely. So feel free to move closer to your world, my friend. All right, I want to take a break and come back in a moment because we got some bizarre file stories to share, but I should give some things away. I want to make sure we get rid of all of our prizes today, and I have a case of Victory's Dirt Wolf. And if you're caller number 16, we'll give it to you. You got to be at least 21 years of age. One of Philly's favorite beers. It's a big and bold, delicious double IPA on the prowl at 8.7%. And you can find Victory Dirt Wolf near you. 215-263-WMMR. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve. All 93.3 WMMR.
Cue the jingle.
Well, these are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
They may not be married, but Jennifer Gardner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Well, you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up on the chair.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle.
Oh my God.
I want a goddamn Oscar.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
He's holding up his finger.
Oh, my God.
E.T. could probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
Right?
His heart. Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Ben, new Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. A suspended Long Island judge pleaded guilty on Friday to sneaking into his neighbor's home and stealing panties from her clothes hamper.
Bad judge.
This is a judge. Robert Sakale pleaded guilty to second-degree attempted burglary. He was detained on March 29, 2018 when he had been knocking on it.
They call me Judge Panties.
After he'd been knocking on a neighbor's door.
I like panties.
Sakale is said to have just left the home on a different neighborhood. Of a different neighbor prior to arriving at the second neighborhood's home.
I'm touching myself under my robe.
The first neighbor was identified as 23-year-old former intern at the Islip Town Attorney's Office.
Islip, yeah.
Islip, where the judge used to work. Now, police found that the judge had several pairs of panties stuffed down his suit jacket.
Oh, my God.
And his raincoat when they apprehended him.
Those are my panties.
So Cale's attorney claimed that his client had changed. He said he has served the people of Suffolk County honorably for the last 26 years.
Except for the panties part.
As a legal aid attorney, town of Islip attorney, and a district court judge. He has dealt with his mental illness.
I also like to poop in oatmeal.
He's also...
What?
I like to poop in oatmeal.
He has dealt with his mental illness issues in a provocative manner and proactive manner.
Yes, provocative. Yes, oh, how provocative.
And he allegedly told officers during his arrest, the panties I had on me are from the other times I went into the house.
Okay, so don't judge him harshly.
We have a lot going on today. I want to start by saying we are going to have members of the Downton Abbey film in our studio this morning. So, in preparation for that, we're having Rambo Day on the Preston and Steve show.
Because if you can think of an American movie that is most linear to Downton Abbey, it'd be Rambo.
It would be Rambo Last Blood, which is coming out on Friday, the same day as the Downton Abbey film.
Listen, you guys are excited about something, and now I'm excited about something.
I'm doing a double feature, Kath. I'm doing Rambo and Downton Abbey on Friday.
Both Steve and I are wearing John Rambo wigs and bandanas. Casey has a bandana around his neck, but he doesn't need the wig because
his hair's long enough. Yeah. So you're John Rambo, who is out and about and killing, and I'm John Rambo, who would like to get a job at a fast food place.
Yeah, you're a little more. My hair is a little more wild right now,
and I'm wearing my hairnet still.
Yeah, you have the hairnet on. So
it'd be really cool, Preston, if we have enough wigs and bandanas for the Downton Abbey cast.
Oh my God. Could you imagine if they did that? So we'll find out what happens.
I bet they'd be into that. I mean, they all have those like dry senses of British humor, but I bet they'd be into that idea.
I don't know how long I can stay with the wig on because
mine hurts.
The actual hair, it's itchy. And also. It causes a cushion between my headphones and my ears.
Same here.
So it's the volume is not quite where it needs to be. So
how did Rambo ever do a radio show?
How did he do that?
Rambo in the morning.
It's 6:05 in the morning. Weather looks good for the rest of the week. And don't forget Money Shark at 8 o'clock.
Hey, Charlie Sheen was set to compete on season 28 of Dancing with the Stars, but ultimately he walked. He was talking to Us Weekly.
You have to walk to get out on the dance floor. Duh.
He told the magazine, I was very flattered by ABC and their offer, but at the end of the day, I have 2 left feet and I just can't dance.
Charlie Sheen.
I'm a freaking warlock.
You should be able to create a spell and be able to dance.
I'll get on my Nimbus and fly around the stage.
Why can't you just get on your Mercury surfboard?
Absolutely.
The opportunity was linked to a pilot opportunity as well.
Yeah, I want to be a pilot for American Airlines.
But when he passed on Dancing with the Stars...
I'm your pilot. Other side of the plane can see a freaking mountain.
Yes. Charlie Sheen, commercial air pilot.
We'll never crash because I'm a freaking warlock. Floatium forever.
I'm concerned about this flight.
Thousands of dollars worth of bull semen has been destroyed after a cattle building exploded.
Oh, no. All right. I just saw a tweet this morning that said, I didn't know semen was flammable, and I didn't know what that was in reference to, and apparently it's this story.
So it was the semen itself that exploded?
Well, I'm not really sure about that, but emergency services were called to...
Oh, yeah.
Emergency services were called to...
I blew that chick apart.
We're called to Yarram Herd Services at about 3 a.m. where 100 cryogenic cylinders containing cattle semen exploded in the blaze.
I can't imagine there's anything flammable and
no,
semen?
I think
it's probably the containers themselves or something with the wiring or whatever.
Well, maybe they're pressurized, but it took 10 fire crews more than 10 hours to contain the fire at the building, which is a cattle breeding service. Vice Committee Chairman Aaron Thompson said the loss would be, quote, a huge blow for farmers, with the cylinders being worth between $500 and $1,000 each. He said
the entire town next door got a facial.
He said, we're coming into the artificial insemination season, so...
are we? It's like these fall activities.
There would have been substantial amounts of semen inside the tanks that we've lost, which was owned by our local farmers, and it can range in value from $5 per straw to $95 per straw.
Wow.
A lot of farmers would have semen stock in the building in those tanks preparing for AI, so... We've got that plus all of our herd testing equipment that was in there as well. He said, so this is significant damage and is going to have a flow-on effect on Yarram, especially after the drought that Yarram District has experienced over the last 12 months.
Bad news, folks. We have a semen drought.
Yeah. It's going to be a real blow for sure, he said. The not-for-profit organization provides artificial insemination breeding advice.
Put a call into Peter North.
Corn has launched its new coffee brand called Corn Coffee.
Corn Coffee.
Yes.
It's a great name.
Corn Coffee.
If you like the driven rock of corn, you'll love their coffee.
Corn personally curated the creation of Corn Coffee.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's see how many K sounds I can put in there. Corn personally curated the creation of Corn Coffee. A process that saw the band members tasting multiple variations for ultimately selecting the perfect roast and blend.
Yeah, that one.
Each bag of corn coffee will feature a special message from the band, which reads, after almost 25 years of touring, making records, and playing in front of all of our amazing fans,
we still drink coffee.
One thing has remained a constant in our daily routine.
Lattes!
I was not expecting that.
I know.
Lattes! No, it says coffee. The ritual, the brew, the aroma. And most importantly, that very first cup every morning that sets the tone is something that we look forward to every day.
Well, this is interesting. We're actually watching footage of them sampling the various brews.
Yeah. It says, because of our passion, we've gotten together with a roaster and handcrafted our very own blend, coffee. It's called Corn Coffee.
Next up, Corn Licorice.
Corn recently began recording its new album in Nashville, Tennessee, by the way, but now they have Corn Coffee.
That's part of waking up is corn coffee in your cup.
That's right. Yeah, cup. This is...
cup.
Always at the ready.
Yeah, a couple.
We need to have Nick coffee or something like that.
Yeah.
Have a cup.
This is our new blend. It's called Nanapuya.
From the hills of Nanapuya.
Yeah. Brought down by mules every day at 2 o'clock after the afternoon rain. The beans are enriched with monkey urine.
If only we had a coffee sponsor to do this for us.
I know.
Yeah.
Right?
Nanapuya.
Well, that's good.
Have a cup.
Yeah, a cup.
God. Or no, the question would be, would you like some?
Yeah, a cup.
No, not Nanapuya. Yeah, cup.
Come on. Yeah, a cup.
That'd be ridiculous. Do you want a thermos or a cup?
Yeah, a cup.
Okay.
Nanapuya.
Oh, one Nanapuya for table 7.
Okay.
What is that one?
That's you. That's Mini Wookie. That's Nick. So you ask, have you decided what you like, sir?
Nanapuya.
Nanapuya.
Nanapuya. I don't remember Mini Wookie.
All right. Anyhow, Corn has coffee.
Corn coffee.
It's almost an embarrassment that we live in this city and that we don't. You know, I think you're right, though, Preston. Stop and check it out, at least to some degree.
Why groups of people decided that it would be a good idea to memorialize this person in that form.
Also, don't hesitate now and then to throw a rope around on it and attach to your boat hitch.
That why is intriguing to me as well. What the hell is the point of dragging a statue into the river?
But, you know, when I heard the news report it this morning, they reported it as if, like, here we go again. Now, there was only one other incident, but... Yeah.
There's a lot of statues being pulled down for various reasons, whether you had down south with the Confederate statues and things of that nature, and if they believe, well, you know, there's it's kind of the thing, but this thing seemed like, what's that about?
Yeah. Hey, what did Rizzo do that was so great that he gets a statue?
I
He was just a really popular mayor. I mean, like he was larger than life in a bunch of different ways in stature.
Yeah.
And so because of his tactics, he was well known. He left his mark, good and bad, and deserved a statue as a result.
Yeah.
You're a real crumb bum.
and he gave us
that. If that, honestly, I would give him a statue just for that.
For crumb bum?
I'll take you out back, both of yous.
Yeah.
My arms tied behind my back.
Yeah.
I'll pound you into the pavement, I will.
That whole audio, you look like a lush to me. He's telling the reporter.
Yeah.
Would you care to talk to CBS? You look like a lush. I'll pound you into the pavement.
You want to relive that?
Yes, I do.
All right, Casey's finding the audio of Frank Rizzo when he was confronted. He wasn't happy about it. He was out walking his dog, and
maybe the Viking was the Nordic Frank Rizzo.
They were confronting him about.
You look like a lush to me. What's your story? I hit you with my shield. I'll take you out back and hit you with my shield.
Yeah. What are you?
You're a crumb bum.
You can't find it, Case?
I don't know. Here, let's
Here
try
you go,
this one.
Crumb Bum.
Crumb Bum, see Frank Rizzo.
It says Rizzo.
See Crumb Bum.
This says call Stan Bowman. Here we go.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey, Rizzo. Stan Borman from Channel 3 News. Could we...
How are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
Good.
Could we talk with you for just a moment?
No, I'm busy.
You couldn't answer any of our
I
questions?
wouldn't talk to you under any condition.
Why is that, sir?
Forget it. Scram. Get out of here.
Sir,
Scram. Hit the road. You lush ya.
Why?
Get away from me. I'm now a private citizen.
Yes,
you
sir.
get away from me.
We're allowed to be on the street, sir.
I don't want to talk to you. Get away from me.
How do you feel about the security guards being taken off of you?
Get away from me, or I'm going to throw you out in the middle of the street.
Gonna throw you right out there.
One more question.
I'm telling you, get away from me.
You were the symbol of law and order in Philadelphia, sir, for many years. People looked up to you and respected you.
Look, creep, get out of here.
How could you justify your actions at our cameras last Monday in front of your
Get
house?
out. You're a creep.
We're a member of the media. We'd like to have an answer to our question.
You're a creep.
Why did you attack our cameras?
Get it all. Don't miss any of it. You're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
Dude, he had great pipes.
He really did.
Listen to his voice. Get away from me. He could do movie trailers.
This weekend at the Community Cinema Pucks.
You're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
You know, you hide behind that press card.
I'm not hiding behind anything, sir. I just wanted to get some answers.
I'll tell you what to do. There's a gang of yous here. There's enough of you here. By myself, I'll take yous physically.
Well, I'm not asking you to take me physically.
Well, get away from me.
Well, sir, I'm on the public street. I should be authorized to be here.
I'll break it off.
I'll break it off.
I'll break it
physically and mentally.
Yeah.
I'll get inside your brain.
This is after he was mayor.
Yeah.
You know, you think he'd be happy in retirement.
Nah, he didn't care. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, this morning it is brought to you by Primo Hoagies. You can get a Primo deal on gift cards this holiday season. Buy a $25 gift card and get a $5 bonus card. Or you can buy a $100 gift card and get a $25 bonus gift card. This Christmas, make it a Primo. All right, so this guy, Travis Hossener, is thankful to be alive. Last week, he was backcountry skiing in Utah on what he thought was stable snow. When he suddenly realized he was in danger, he said, I heard a big whoomph, felt the ground shake, and then all of a sudden, there's this wall of snow coming down on me that envelops me. And then I thought that was it. I thought, my life was over. Using his one free arm, Hossener desperately tried digging himself out. He said, in between digs, I started yelling for help and in hopes that there was some sort of miracle. And an off-duty fire EMT heard his cries and called in search and rescue teams. He said it was like, guys, you got to get me down here or I'm going to die. It took 8 hours to get Hossener off of the mountain.
8 hours. People, again, when avalanche snow stops, it's like cement.
Nursing a hole in his lung, broken ribs, and a dislocated shoulder, Hossener wishes that he had paid more attention to the snow. He said, I want to keep being in the mountains, keep doing what I love, and I'll maybe be a little more careful next time.
I think so.
Yeah, he'll try to be more careful. A United Kingdom doctor is raising eyebrows across social media by warning people of the dangers of pleasuring themselves with Christmas ornaments around this time of year, which is apparently an actual trend.
You mean people do that?
Yeah. So Dr. Sarah Welsh, a gynecologist, said,
I use the tree skirt.
They said it is not advisable. She was listing the do's and don'ts.
Do's and don'ts
of the scandalous Yuletide tradition.
What particular ornaments?
Which sees people hospitalized after getting frisky with everything from glass bubbles to candy canes.
Oh my God! Or maybe the candy cane, but not the glass.
No, there's a reason to not use the candy cane, and I'll explain. Trying to make Christmas time come early with ornaments is apparently hazardous to one's health. Christmas ornaments can have sharp aspects or pieces that can break during self-pleasure, which can cause soreness, the risk of trauma, and are just generally unsuitable for your vag.
I see, yeah.
In other words, leave your elf on the shelf come Christmas time. Even Christmas...
What about the train set?
Even confections pose a threat due to the hygiene issues, concern about pieces breaking off, or the sugar content of items such as candy canes. The gyno warned anything with sugar in it, such as Christmas confectionery, should also stay well away from a vagina, as this disrupts the delicate ecosystem of the vaginal microbiome and can predispose you to thrush infections.
You know what? I didn't default to that. I was thinking both, guys as well. And then obviously on this side, there's a whole bunch of concerns.
I think there's more pointy things.
That's exactly it. Yeah, I wasn't thinking like that.
Then there are holy things, pardon the pun there.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't be a good Christmas gynecologist.
So this unfortunate phenomenon is more common than one might think, with one case study from 2013 mentioning people inserting glass baubles and even turkey basters in themselves.
What about a menorah?
Meanwhile, that's pretty big.
You and 7 of your friends.
Yeah, maybe the candles. But meanwhile, a social media post in a paramedic Facebook group described instances of holiday hornballs improvising with a candy cane and a tree decoration, along with photos showing graphic x-rays from each of those. So
perhaps just use them as decorations.
You could probably do that.
Could you?
Yeah.
Could you give it a break?
So candy cane, dill don't.
Right.
Dill don't.
Right.
Yes, exactly. A group of 8 teenage girls. This is a horrible story. 8 teenage girls have been accused of fatally stabbing a 59-year-old man on a street in Toronto, Canada, and what police called a swarming attack. The girls aged between 13 and 16 were arrested shortly after the stabbing. They each face a charge of second-degree murder. The girls, who were not identified because of their age, reportedly met through social media, gathered from various parts of the city. It's unclear why they decided to meet that night and in that location, but a number of weapons were recovered. Toronto Police Detective Sergeant Terry Brown said there is no evidence that the girls knew their alleged victim. Brown said recently this person had moved into a shelter system but had a very supportive family in the area. He said, I wouldn't necessarily call him homeless, maybe just recently on some hard luck. The man was not identified. Brown said the girls were first involved in a separate altercation around 10 p.m. on Saturday before moving on to their final alleged victim just after midnight. The victim was talking with another person on a street corner when the girls approached him and attacked him. A woman residing at a local homeless shelter said that she was smoking a cigarette with a man outside of the shelter. When the girls approached him and tried to take her alcohol, the man intervened, telling them to leave her alone, and they started to punch him repeatedly. She said, he protected me, and I think they stabbed him in the stomach.
Jeez.
3 of the girls have had prior contact with police services, but the others had not. But
sounds like a violent flash mob.
That's crazy, man. India's largest city briefly sported an LED display sign that read, smoke weed every day, in a high-trafficked stretch on a highway in Mumbai. One of the traffic commissioners for the metropolis said the company who managed the sign was to blame for the unusual message, which apparently was a technical glitch, they said.
What does DBH mean?
While the sign was turned off to avoid further confusion, the highway message lives on as people have posted it online and share the sign. And this is a kind of a weird little story. An NFL superfan known for attending Kansas City Chiefs games, dressed as a wolf usually, has been arrested for allegedly robbing a bank. The fan, who goes by the nickname Chiefsaholic, but whose real name is Xavier Michael Babudar, was arrested in December. And the Chiefs had played in Houston against the Texans on Sunday. But the Chiefsaholic Twitter account was strangely silent, despite Mr. Bobador previously tweeting that he would be attending that game. So it was in Texas.
Bobador?
Mr. Bobador was arrested on Friday morning after police responded to an armed robbery at the Tulsa Teachers Credit Union in Bixby, Oklahoma. That's halfway between Kansas City, Missouri, and Houston, Texas. An eyewitness gave police a description of Mr. Bobador, and he was arrested with a weapon and a large amount of cash. No one was injured in the incident. They said that he was wearing a mask, but they didn't say whether or not it was the wolf mask or not that he normally
He's
wears.
dressed as a wolf and wearing all sorts of Chiefs garb.
He's being held on a $200,000 bond. And that is what we will, I'll do one more.
One more.
Because I got to get these stories in before the end of the year.
Yes.
An 83-year-old man who was trapped under a golf cart for several hours was rescued by an unlikely duo, two waste management workers. According to a release from the company, driver Alex Galarza and assistant driver Paulino Ortega were driving along the regular route when they noticed a man trapped under a golf cart at the end of a driveway.
Shouldn't do that. It's not safe.
The workers immediately called 911 and started providing first aid treatment while authorities were en route. In talking to the man, the workers noticed he was showing signs of hypothermia and learned he had been trapped under the golf cart for more than 7 hours.
Oh, wow.
Galarza and Ortega then wrapped the man in garments to warm him until medics arrived. Officials with Waste Management said that their drivers are trained to act as an extra set of eyes and ears for sheriff's deputies, police, fire department, emergency services, and they're also trained to report emergencies or any suspicious activity that may take place during their routes. So they may have saved this guy's life.
That's interesting. I didn't know that was part of their training.
Yeah, I guess so, right?
They should then do Chicago Sanitation, right?
Yeah, as a TV
Chicago
show.
Fire, Chicago Police.
Great idea.
Yeah.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, let's take a break and give away right now some more beer. We have Victory's Dirt Wolf, and we'll take caller number 12 at 215-263-WMMR. We'll give you a case of it, and it's one of Philly's favorite beers. It's a big and bold, delicious double IPA on the prowl at 8.7%. You can find Victory Dirt Wolf near you. So caller number 12, give us a call right now. We'll come back in just a second. Hang out with us, please.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The statue's 1-to-1 scale.
Yeah.
I'll break it over your head.
I'll break it over your head. Hang on. Let's go back.
I'll break it over your head. Get away from me, you crumb. That's a challenge, except I'll put my dog away and I'll come back. And you got 1, 2, 3, and I'll do
1,
it
2,
along
3.
with.
Follow me.
Yeah.
Let me just put Fifi back in the house. Come on, Fifi, heel.
It is kind of a little dog, right?
Yeah.
3.
No?
No.
I can't see the dog. Oh,
No,
no,
it's a
I was
big
wrong.
dog.
I was
Yeah.
incorrect. I thought he had a little poodle with him.
Daddy loves you.
Yeah.
Daddy loves
kisses.
you. Give me love monster kisses.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to come back and kill you all. Beat you to death with a tire iron and then dance in your blood. Who wants you to do? Who wants you to do? Gonna put you in the house now. All right, don't be scared. Daddy has to go kill the bad men. I'm coming to kill you now. Calm down. Did you lose your chew toy? Did you lose your chew toy? It's under the sofa. Yeah. Wait right here. Daddy needs to go kill the reporters. Yes, I know. Yeah. Get up in the living room window. You want to see Daddy kill the bad men?
Yeah, that's right. Sets him up where he's got a nice view of the street.
I'm doing this for you.
Yeah.
2, 3, and I'll do it along with you. In that back of that fence, just the 3 of us, 4 of us, me and you.
4 or 5. I tell you what, call some of the family members. Bring them out here too.
Show you what kind of a man you are. You're less than a man.
You're a less man.
Okay, you're a crumb creep.
A crumb creep.
You're a moon creep pie creep crumb. You're creep brulee. That's what you are.
Creep brulee.
Yeah. As if someone's taken one of them little torches and fried the top of your head into like a caramelized sugary thing. You are creep brulee. You know what you like? You like one of them fancy desserts with the thin shell on top, but underneath you just pudding. Just pansy pudding, creep crumb, pansy crumb, creep creme, crumb, brulee creep creme. with sugar on top.
At this point, they've just shut up.
They just let them know.
Because they are like, we are getting gold right now. Just let this roll.
Put that on camera. You're a crumb bum, the three of you, and I challenge you.
He wouldn't talk earlier. I'm not talking to you, right? I'm not talking to you. And now, Stan Bowman hasn't said anything for like 5 minutes.
He actually fell asleep. What are you, Stan? Are you asleep?
Wake up.
I'm sorry, I had a long night. Where did your dog go? I put him inside, didn't you see? There he is, and they're looking in the window there.
Just me.
There is a
You're
winner here.
a crumb creep coward. You can't take. You won't stand up to him.
I'm standing up. We're not here to fight. We're here to get some answers to some questions. That's all.
I want to fight you.
Why is that?
Because you're a crumb creep lush coward.
You don't.
Crumb creep.
He keeps adding on.
Lush coward.
It started with one. Then two, now
you're a Methodist.
Now he's up to
What?
He's up to 4.
I don't know. I'm running out of desserts and various disgusting things.
Are you keeping a list? Do you know, like, okay, you're a crumb, you're a creep.
Wait a second here.
You're yellow.
I keep a list for things like this. You are a jackass crumb, creme, creep, cram, crumb. Oh, that's the wrong list. That's the potential dog names.
Thinking about getting another one, huh?
It was in Chestnut Hill.
Wait, hold on a second. Honey, where's my reported bad name list? It's in the closet. No, I looked in there. I was looking for the dog's chew toy. I'll get back to you. What's your number? Give me your number.
By the way, Mercy.
I remembered it.
By the way,
he gets a call late at night.
No, he calls him back later on.
Better call this guy up. Yeah. You're a yellow crumb snake.
Have a lovely
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Have a lovely evening.
For that creep.
Oh, you creme crumb creep cram. You're an apple crumb creep cake. A moron. Yeah, that wasn't that good.
Scratch that one off.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's.
I think when I try to do French desserts, it doesn't work out. I'll stick with the German stuff.
Oh my God.
I'm glad we revisited this.
Oh my God, I'm getting tears on my glasses here. Reality stars Todd and Julie Chrisley.
Oh my God!
Is it Chrisley knows best?
Yeah, Chrisley knows best. It's horrible.
Yeah.
It was one weekend where there was something I was watching a marathon of on the USA Network, and every other commercial was for Chrisley Knows Best.
Oh God!
She's a piece of ass, though. I think
She is, but he's got to be gay.
Yeah, I don't know who wears more makeup.
He does.
Yeah.
Well, they have.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but come on.
They have been cleared of $2 million in tax evasion charges, according to ET.
Well, there you go.
The pair who.
You've been cleared.
Why are you here? I thought you were a botanist.
Yes, but I minored in accounting.
So he.
On my home world of ET world.
It's easy to count on those big fingers you have.
Absolutely.
And numbers are universal, so.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The pair who pleaded not guilty were accused of cheating on their taxes by Georgia's Department of Revenue.
Hey, come over here. You're gay, right?
Todd said Julie.
Everything about you is highlights and the hair, and I don't know, and nothing wrong with that, but yeah, you're gay.
So Todd said Julie and I knew all along that we had done nothing wrong and that when the facts came out, we would be fine.
Well, there you go. Now, the other question is, Preston, about this video, this sex video that they were supposedly extorting their own daughter with. You know this story, right?
No, I don't remember that.
Oh, yeah. There's like a porn video, and
Is it her?
That's now this is a whole morass of crap. They're still trying to hash it out.
It was her and E.T., but it was just finger stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to finger blast you like you've never been blasted.
Oh, my God.
Light you up
You're
like
going to feel it
like a
down there and up in your mouth, too.
Like a jack-o'-lantern.
I'm going to turn you into a Chinese puzzle.
Oh, my God. Does he
I'm going to blow your goddamn head off.
Does he not look like the villain in Lazy Town?
He does.
Yeah, Robbie Rotten.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yes, you're right.
You look like the villain in Lazy Town.
All right. He also said, this is Todd, not
Anyway,
E.T.
whatever happened to the girl in that show?
We're just glad that the Department of Revenue was willing to keep an open mind and look at the evidence.
Well, of course. He presented a good case.
Ironclad.
There he is, Preston. There's a
yeah,
a little bit.
Robbie
around
Rod.
the teeth.
Looks a little bit like him. All right, Aaron Paul tells E.T.
Oh,
Jesus.
You were in Breaking Bad, right?
That making El Camino a Breaking Bad movie was a blast.
Crystal meth.
He said that we were really, truly such a family, and it felt like a crazy sort of messed up family reunion, just telling the same old messed up story.
I had a family on Earth with Elliot and his brother and sister.
Miley Cyrus is asking her followers to send good vibes amid her recent hospitalization.
God almighty, that's the least we can do.
Yeah, I know. On Tuesday,
I was vibing last night. I don't know if she received them.
Well, she has tonsillitis, so thoughts and prayers, folks. On Tuesday, the singer revealed on her Instagram stories that she had been admitted to a local hospital just one day after sharing on the social media platform she was suffering from tonsillitis. In the series of pics that featured Miley in her hospital gown, she explained how she was trying to get better before this weekend's Gorilla Palooza.
What the hell?
It's an entire concert series performed by gorillas.
No, it's a charity event hosted by Ellen DeGeneres' The Ellen Fund.
For her gorilla sanctuary.
That is correct, yep. Well, to raise global conservation efforts.
Right.
She had written, hoping the rock star gods send me a boost of badass and help me kick this S to the curb where it belongs. We got gorillas to save.
I love the way she talks.
She captioned a somber hospital bed selfie that showed an IV in her arm.
I don't feel so good.
You don't feel so good?
I don't feel so good.
Okay.
I hope my voice, everyone send some good vibes because I want to be able to perform for Gorilla Palooza.
Oh, gross.
Shut up, cat.
Yeah, right. From there.
Hi, everyone. I'm in the hospital because I have tonsillitis and I want my voice to get better for Gorilla Palooza.
You have tonsillitis and you want your voice to get better
Gorilla Palooza.
because you're afraid you'll lose it.
Yeah.
Something like that.
For gorillas.
From there, Miley changed tones and began to get more optimistic about her current situation, opening up about how looking good, about how looking good can make a person feel good.
Yeah, she's right.
Practicing what she preached, the singer showed off her oversized hospital gown that she cheekily redesigned to be more form-fitting, low-cut, and sleeveless.
Look, a gorilla could wear this.
A gorilla could wear that. No, she took the scissors out and she cut up her gown and made it into something a little more
Miley-ish.
Wow.
Unbelievably enchanting.
Yeah, just a beacon of light.
Just a beacon of light and
dark
hope.
world.
And gorilla saving.
Yeah.
She wrote, how you present yourself can determine how you feel. And she captioned a mirror selfie in the hospital room that featured her mother, Tish, standing behind her and doing her hair. And she said, thank you, Mama, for helping this little sickie look a little bit better by brushing my God.
So gross.
So gurgly.
Not getting better.
Mama, please, gonna go help the gorillas.
She also wrote, redesign my hospital gown.
Maybe she needs to just rest.
The final post saw Miley
Get in the bed!
being showered, and this is her in bed, showered with love by her friends as she laid in her hospital bed covered with rose petals next to a giant bouquet of bright yellow sunflowers and a large I love you balloon. And she wrote, I love my main gaze.
Well, her boyfriend came to visit overnight, Preston. The stories have been updated.
Wait, who's your boyfriend?
I don't know. He's a mystery man. To me.
Mystery man.
And he's playing guitar for her.
Played acoustic for her, and she's chilling. She's in bed, Steve. So she's resting up.
All right, looks like Danny Glover.
Yeah, it's not Danny Glover. It's a white guy with a beanie on.
That's my bitch.
No.
So she's healing up as we speak.
Well, listen, she's trying to heal for a good cause.
But what a voice.
We all support gorillas.
Mm-hmm. A nervous sex shop customer with a marked resemblance to Elvis Presley is the subject of a manhunt in New Zealand.
Like a double-headed dildo, man.
Police want to speak to the Elvis lookalike in connection with the theft of an imitation vagina from Peaches and Cream Adult Megastore in suburban Auckland.
This one looks just like Scylla.
Staff member Kat Mayer described the man as having black, slick-backed hair and wearing large sunglasses, and in a not very Elvis touch, an orange high-visibility vest.
Look at that vagina, man. That thing's huge.
He had attempted to buy the sex toy, but when his credit card was declined, he said that he was going to go out and get another card. Instead, he snatched the vagina.
Snatched his vagina.
And ran out of the shop. She said
it's called dine and gash.
She said...
That's good. Thank you, man. That's why I'm the king.
She said it's really frustrating when this sort of thing happens. So rude, and it ruins your day. She said the man tried to distract her. She said he was very energetic and erratic, going around the shop.
I got so much energy, man.
Talking a lot. He brought a sex toy called Like a Virgin up to the counter, but his card was declined.
I ain't nothing but a hound doggy style.
He was really vivacious. She said, I'm not here to judge anyone, but he comes in really vivacious, and he blindsided me. I mean, I look like an idiot, but it happened so quick, and before I know it, he's running off down the street.
Don't beat yourself up. If a guy who's an energetic Elvis comes into your sex shop, you're going to be thrown off.
Local police confirmed that they had received a report of theft at the store, so they are looking for Elvis with a fake vagina. How about one of our favorites, Lindsay Lohan? She seems to be vying for Liam Hemsworth's attention after following his split from Miley Cyrus.
This he played Thor, baby.
No, that was the other.
Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah, this is Liam.
There's two of them?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Liam was in the
Hunger Games.
The Hunger Games. Thank you,
I got
Case.
the wrong one.
Liam appears to be the only single remaining in a quick, fast Hollywood recoupling. Miley has moved on with Caitlyn Carter, who just split from Brody Jenner, who is now with Josie Canseco.
Oh, my God. You know, if he really wants to throw it back in her face, Liam should get with Caitlyn Jenner.
That would be...
What's your name, hot stuff? That would be... Are you Thor? Hunger Games.
That would be wonderful. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm hungry.
Hungry for some games.
Lindsay,
let's play hide the pickle.
So here's what happened. Lindsay hit on Liam in the comments section of an E! News repost of a selfie of Liam and Chris Hemsworth.
Oh, my
OMG.
God. You need a forensic scientist to backtrack this.
Who watches this stuff?
By the way, Lindsay, there was... it's all gone south. The smoking, the hard living. She ruined everything.
So the E! News account captioned the selfie, "It's an age-old debate, Chris or Liam Hemsworth." And then Lindsay responded in the comments, "Why didn't we meet in Sydney or Bondi?" That's it, folks.
Okay. That's the flirt. That's the big flirt.
There it is, man.
All right.
I got sense and time off.
Liam and Chris.
You can make me a Vegemite sandwich. Because you come from land down under. Women thunder, men plunder.
And Liam and Chris have been hanging in Australia since the split.
Let's hang. Let's pet some dingoes.
So what?
Pet some dingoes.
Oh, pet some dingoes.
What did you thought you heard?
I didn't know what that was.
It's Australian.
I heard pants and dingoes.
Pants and dingoes.
It's a great. It's an Aboriginal vaudeville team. I'm pants and I'm dingoes.
Yeah. Break out the didgeridoo. It's time for pants and dingoes.
I'm sorry, I didgeridoo.
Yep.
Waka waka waka.
That's the punchline.
Those are the jokes. And then instead of like a slide whistle, that's what they play. The Aborigines like, yeah, it's good.
Do you remember the squirtable butter used to come in a thing?
Yeah, butter spray.
Is that what?
I
no,
can't
not
believe it's
spray,
not
not
butter.
spray.
There's an actual like liquid, almost
Really?
like
liquidy
like the way you
butter.
dispense mustard.
It was more back
that.
in the 80s probably, and if you had a waffle, you could go blink, 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 blink in each little.
93.3 WMMR.
I hope you brushed your teeth after that, Kathy. we actually need to segment that up a little bit more, and have a few more drops. We have the Santa's Gotta Go, and I don't think we have anything else from that, or Annabelle. We have Annabelle, and that's it. But there's some other ones where hey. We gotta do that eventually. All right, well, we're at the end of the year, and I think it's time to whip out a couple of surveys.
Oh, yeah.
Survey says.
Yeah. I love these things.
Yeah, some of them are, and I've included a couple that are just really stupid.
Yeah, they're horrible.
But a few of them are, they have to do with the holidays, so I thought it might be important to get those out of the way before
We're going to go with balls.
the end of the year. So Here's this one. A poll of 8,000 people scattered across 14 countries were asked the question, where do people want to be during this festive season this year? So I'll give you the results, and then you can add your whatever you want to chime in with. But 40% of people out of those that were surveyed prefer to be in a colder climate during the holidays, preferably where there is snow. We were just talking about this the other day.
So that is ingrained in me. The sort of Currier and Ives Christmas thing. I do get it, but I said I might yield in the future and head to another climate.
34% of people, which is not too far off from 40, want to be in a warmer environment during the holidays, so it's fairly close.
And that's also what a lot of people that's all they've ever known.
Yeah. Except people who headed down to Florida are now going to get the coldest Christmas that Florida's seen in 30 years.
Yep.
Steve, I think, I understand certainly your hesitation. I think that if you did it one year, you would then...
I actually have, because my dad was in Texas. And
That's
so
right.
I'd go visit my dad, and it'd be 85 and 86 years. 86 years. I was 86 years old, with the temperature being 86, but and around that realm. For me, the most... Because I know that Jesus went skiing on his birthday.
He did.
Well, listen, Australians, New Zealanders,
that's all they've done.
They'll associate it with warm weather.
Yeah.
It happens in the middle of summer for them, or at the beginning of summer for them.
But
so.
Jesus traditionally, and they all had a lot of heavy parkas on.
Oh, yeah. I have never spent any holiday ever anywhere but here. Like, so if you go through the entire calendar year, every single national holiday observance, I have always either
4th of July.
The furthest I've ever been is down the shore.
Okay.
4th of July
really?
down the shore. Yeah, I've never been anywhere else.
I did do Mexico for Thanksgiving one year, and it was great. We went with there was 18 of us, 18 family members, and it was fun. We were all together anyway. We were in this nice, beautiful location. And then I started working for this show that made Camp Out for Hunger the Monday after, so we stopped that.
32% of Canadians fantasize about being in a beach holiday, so they deal with cold weather every year around this time of year.
It
But
ain't no thing.
32% of them would like to get somewhere warmer. 41% of Americans prefer to spend the holidays in a big city as opposed to out in the country.
Both have their charms, as far as I'm concerned.
And 15% of people surveyed said that they would like to be in Spain for Christmas.
Spain?
Dude, I don't know. But that was included, so I don't know. Maybe they do a big raucous Christmas
perhaps.
thing. I don't really know.
Spain?
Yeah, I mentioned this yesterday, the day before, but we did do Christmas one year in Cabo San Lucas. That was our family present to each other, and man, was that fantastic! It was sunny and 85 and snorkeling and the whole nine.
You know, I just adore so much the little bit. The brisk air, even a snowy Christmas, the lights, all of that, all the trappings that we're used to in the Northeast. But again, as we pointed out, there are people who have been raised in nothing but summer weather for the holidays, and that's the norm for them.
Preston, I think you would probably be cool with like Phoenix or Scottsdale one year, do like a golf vacation, and like stay at a nice hotel there. Yeah.
We've got Bush.
Yeah, baby. I'll make that my regular Christmas thing.
You're gonna be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
If you watch the shows, the Great Christmas Light Challenges, every place they go to it's a warm climate. They never go.
It's because it's easier to put up 500,000 lights when it's warm.
Yes, exactly. I'm like,
seriously.
Two things I figured out about that show. It's always warm. It's almost 90% Preston in Florida. Yeah. And then also, the winner will always be someone that includes something from the Disney or ABC property in their light display. Right. I figured that out. Include Star Wars or anything like that, and they will win because ABC owns that.
Friends of mine went away for Christmas a couple of years ago, and they did have young kids, so Santa came to this big suite, this big hotel room they had, but they didn't have a Christmas tree, so they needed to, something.
Right.
So they, before they left, they found a blow-up Christmas tree, and so it was all packed up, right? A little square, put it in their suitcase, and then they were able to put that up for Santa. Yeah.
That's that survey. Let's get to. Thank you. Another one. Hang on.
Santa's gotta go.
Yeah. No. Here we go. Where's? I have another. Oh yeah. Here we go. Hey. Here we go. An online poll of over 2,400 people reveal how they answer the question: how do you feel about Christmas. And 70% said, I enjoy Christmas.
Oh, good.
All right. That's amazing.
Yeah.
What an elaborate service. And that's half the fun of these things, that they're so basic. I know people who loathe it and have always loathed it.
Well, what were you two? Were you gonna say something about me?
Oh,
No,
yeah,
no.
you're the Grinch.
Kathy and Nick kind of whispered to each other when I mentioned this.
No,
So I
Kathy
asked
had,
if sorry.
she had to borrow my hand lotion, and then she was going to do something below the belt, which I appreciated.
Merry Christmas.
That was her present for me.
Funny.
My loins are a little arid today. Need to lube them up a little bit.
I have,
Now that I know I shouldn't be using candy canes.
I have eczema relief body cream, so Kathy borrowed that.
Right.
But I was going to bring up a text that we got a little bit ago. Somebody's having a hard time, and this time of year, I love it. I enjoyed it. It is stressful, but I really do love it. But somebody is really depressed and not in the holiday spirit, and so they were looking for a little bit of advice. And I suggested listening to our show and Pierre and Jackie tomorrow, because that to me,
and that's not self-serving. I mean, honestly,
Right, no, I mean
that will. We talked to people yesterday, Nick, who were sort of at the Christmas Miracle, who were very kindly reflecting that back, that over the past couple of years when they felt down. If you consider us a friend, we are honored, and we love that you're with us. But also something I would say, Nick, is realize the transience of this. You know, the holidays pass, and then so for this year in particular, I'm on a Christmas high because I just committed to getting out early ahead of it. But there have been Christmases that have been very stressful, and you're like, it'll be over, and then you.
That's the thing,
right?
And this is from the Grinch here. Somebody who would I find Christmas to be overwhelming. It's a bit stressful, and you don't have to be caught up in quote unquote the Christmas spirit.
You don't.
You can still be happy. You know what I mean? Otherwise, so you don't have to do the whole routine. You can be a part of it if you want to.
Use it as a menu almost, right?
And still be happy. Yeah.
Right. Pick your.
The parts of it you
getting
like.
together with friends.
Yeah.
That's how you're going to enjoy it. But it need not be, the whole comprehensive John Hughes, soup to nuts experience.
So 70% say they enjoy Christmas. 10% says Christmas is a waste of money and time. 8% flat out don't like it. 2% said other. I don't know what the hell that. I guess that's a choice.
Spain.
That you have
Spain.
2% said Spain.
What was the question?
How do you feel about Christmas?
Spain.
Spain. I feel very Spain about Christmas this year. And 10% didn't, I guess, answer, or we're not available or something like
Why aren't you talking to me?
Spain.
I said Spain.
But Christmas is obviously very, very, most people, the overwhelming majority.
And you're having a good one this year, you said. It's a little bit better, right? I'll tell you what has helped with us, our situation, I've seen a lot of people, is a slight moving back of the Camp Out for Hunger that allows a little bit more time to get prepped for the Christmas Miracle, and then to have a little bit more breathing room,
Yes.
I'll tell you what, I got, I love the holiday season. Well, you guys know that. I don't have to tell you that. And I went to Target yesterday. I had to get a few last minute things. The lines were crazy, by the way. And when I got to the holiday section, it's all pretty much cleared out. I got a little sad. I was like, oh, it's all gone.
It's coming to an end.
This is almost going to be over.
Do you? Because I experience. I mean, it seems because I spend a lot of time displaying. That's the one thing. I get my lights out. I get everything set early so I can enjoy it and really live in it. And then it goes a couple of weeks past Christmas because that's when we have our big family get together so that everyone is free of that. So
that's nice.
Everything stays up for another 2.5 weeks.
You're lucky.
But even then, it seems like you've just put it away when it's coming back. Does it feel that way to you?
Yes.
See, and I look at it as leading in as, we got to put all that crap up. And now it's like, we got to put all that crap away.
I mean, I do feel a little like we got to put that crap away.
Right.
I don't mind putting it out. I like putting it out, but putting it away because I like
There's no joy in that.
No, and I like it to be organized and know where it is. Actually, I told you guys this the other day when Casey had an issue with his Christmas lights, but years ago, I don't do it anymore. But years ago, when I would take my Christmas lights outside, when I would take them down, then we didn't have the net lights. You had the string that you put around the trees, and then for the tree inside and anywhere I put lights, when I would take those down, I would fold them back up the way they came out of the box, and I put them in the box. and that's how I stored them.
I have huge bins.
I got so fed up with untangling net lights in particular that I watched a video on YouTube on how to fold them up properly
I don't
and
even
not have to deal with that. What do you do?
I have.
You hang them?
I hang them in my garage. I have like two nails.
That is a good idea.
Yeah, and then so they and it's a lot of them, but. So I don't ever have to I don't have to spend a lot of time. They still tangle up, just
a little bit.
But
not as much, though.
Kath, we never talked about on air what you mentioned, but so I went and bought 3 boxes of lights.
You tweeted about this, right?
I did tweet about it.
It was funny, yeah.
I bought 3 boxes of lights, and when I got home, 2 of the boxes of lights were completely burned out, and what I had come to realize is that somebody masterfully wrapped up old lights that had been burned out, put them in a box, and then returned them. The store didn't spend any time investigating to see whether or not these lights were any good. They weren't even the right brand of lights, and so listen. It's not that big of a deal. I was running errands anyway, so I picked the lights up when I dropped my daughter off for basketball, and then I returned them when I had to pick her up for basketball. So it wasn't like I had to really go out of my. But
Did you put them back in the box?
No.
Oh yeah. Okay.
No. I didn't put them. No, because I don't want them to do the same thing to somebody else that they did to me. But I was like, is this masterful? Or is this just an a-hole move?
No, that's
right?
an a-hole move. But when I told you, I could easily get those lights back in the box.
You should have seen how they were wrapped up.
I don't do it anymore. I got these big bins that you do in case you store them that way, and I leave them. I will, I gently coil them back up.
Yeah.
And because Kathy, the meticulous level of putting them back in there. I would eat a bullet before I do that, because also I run crap loads of lights. I'd kill myself.
Well, for the string lights, we bought these spools that you put them on.
Okay.
Does that work?
Super duper easy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Those don't get tangled up at all.
Life changed when a little baby came, because then there was, like a kid running around, and I was like, I don't have time to put these lights back in the box that way.
Yeah. All right. Let me see. What else? Surveys. I got surveys. I have non-holiday surveys, but all right. Here's a survey of 2,400 people online, and the question was, do you wear socks to bed?
Oh, God, no.
Hey!
Hey! The only time I wear socks to bed is for a nap. Like if I'm gonna lay down and I
all right.
and I know it's just gonna be for like an hour or
just
something.
in case a baby deer gets in the house.
Adorable.
Baby deer.
Baby deer.
Yeah, you can get away with socks. But but if at night for several hours, no, I go barefoot. By the way, 67% said no, they don't wear socks to bed. 33% said yes, they do.
Sometimes I'm so cold that I have to wear socks to bed, but I never wake up with them on. I don't even remember taking them off in the middle of the night. Like,
really?
Sometimes they're like under the covers. Sometimes they're on the floor. But I will never wake up with them on.
Okay. All right.
Use some moisturizer and I put them on my socks.
I sleep without socks, and I have my shoes ready for a deer attack.
Next to your bed.
And I sleep.
Are they next to your bed?
Oh, yeah.
Are they sitting right next to each
so
other?
So I can firefighter jump into those.
Okay, that's what I figured.
And then I have my feet outside of the blanket.
I can't feel constricted at all when I go to bed.
I'm with you.
But
we should sleep together.
We should. I can cuddle all the way up until it's time to go sleepy, and then we got to.
No, I don't like that.
Yeah, we have to separate. But I like. My room's been really cold lately, so I've been going to bed like actually wearing pants and a sweatshirt,
Casey,
which is crazy for me.
I have the ceiling fan on all year.
Yeah,
and I have the AC on as well.
At this time of year.
Well, we have old style. It just keeps the room a little bit. It would only activate it's on the thermostat.
I'm not mad at you.
And so we have those old style radiators that are just metallic, that are just fantastic.
Somebody says they only wear socks to bed when they're in Spain.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Spain.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Casey, I think you and Steve and I could all sleep together.
Oh, nice.
Same style.
I get middle.
I need the fan on as well.
I want it in and out.
But Andrea, my girlfriend, she's now adopted the. She has to have a sweatshirt and a hoodie on when she goes to bed. Yeah, she needs the constriction, and she also likes the weighted blanket thing.
Yeah,
I feel bound. I
can't do that.
I
feel trapped.
Get it on. Get it off me.
I like that to a point.
Get off me.
Like to feel all snuggled and cuddled up. But like once I get to that point where I'm like, oh, I'm going to start sweating.
Right.
I need to back. I need to
All
back
right,
off.
here's a question for you. How high do you pull the blanket up?
Oh, like
armpit.
So I'm under the
no,
chin.
I'm slightly over the chin, Steve.
And Kathy, I have my arms underneath it. Yeah.
Okay.
Mine, like I sleep on my side, so it'll be like up to my ear.
Okay.
The worst was when I had torn the ligament in my. Actually, right before that, I had the plantar fasciitis, and I had to go to sleep with this like boot on that kept my foot basically bent, perpendicular to my leg. It was like I could fall asleep like that, but there's no way I could.
Your boot is turning me
It
on.
was so constrictive. I'm like, I cannot sleep like this.
Yeah.
But like, there was no other choice. Either I sleep like that and I can get up and walk in the morning, or I don't sleep like that and I have to crawl for the first half hour of my life.
I change all night long. Sometimes it'll be just a sheet, and then other times it'll be another blanket on top of that, and then the comforter on top of that. Through the night, I change it as I go through. And
It's like you're dancing the seven veils.
I'm flopping around. I'm ripping the bed apart. It's a total disaster.
Didn't you go through a Porky Pig in it phase?
No.
Not
Sleeping?
That was just around the house.
Yeah, just walking around the house. Yeah.
When
No.
friends came
He
home.
does it the Spanish way.
No, I very rarely sleep without underwear on.
Okay, yeah, I'm the same. I'm boxers to bed, but occasionally, like, if it is cold, I will wear the T-shirt to bed. But Casey, I'll wake up sweaty.
Yeah.
Like if I wear that to bed, I can't stay that way the whole night.
So you need to be prepped more. So I have the T-shirt, I have shorts, I have the shoes at the ready, and I also have some sort of viable coat hanging over the doorway out of my bedroom so that I can grab it, run, and punch that deer.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
You're a planner. All right. Survey says I have another one to mention to you. In a poll of over 2,200 adults online, they were asked, how do you show love to family and friends?
Spain.
That's the number one answer. Show me Spain. No.
Wait, how you show them love?
Yeah. How do you show love to family and friends? 63%. Should I start to think? Well, the 63% said they show.
Don't start at the top. It sounds cheap.
63% said they show. They show love by engaging in conversations regularly.
That's not
so
okay.
Well, that would be like picking
You talk
up.
to the people you love.
Yeah.
I nod at them.
Yeah.
I give them the bottom is usually.
Yeah.
That would be like picking up the phone and checking in with them, or if you're like at their house. Like,
I don't know.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
I will say.
All right, let me give you the other ones,
Yes,
and
please.
you can interpret it by these other answers. 32% said they show love by buying family and friends gifts. 53% said they show love and support by supporting the dreams and goals of their loved ones.
That's all. I think that's all standard good stuff to do to show your love.
I tend to.
You still got more, right?
I tend to. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, let me get here because these will open up some more answers. 14% said they show love by not telling their loved ones the truth to spare their feelings.
I've been living in Spain.
Number 54% said they show their love through hugs and kisses. And 6% said they show their love in other ways.
My mom is number one on that answer. It's communication. So when we read that, Preston, that when I first showing love for my mom, and then by extension the rest of the family, it just chatting, communicating, and the other stuff I think applies too. But like for her, the most important thing is to be in touch with the family.
Show us balls and talk about balls.
That's 3.
Yeah.
Well, meatballs.
Yes, with raisins.
Yes.
You like raisins. I tend to do favors for my family that are, it's way easier to say no to it than anything else. And so, just off the cuff, I'm thinking my sister was in a bind a few years back when her son had a baseball tournament in Baltimore, Maryland. She had nobody to drive him there. I drove him. I just drove him.
That's cool of
I
you.
dropped him off, and then I drove home. It was like a 3-hour round trip.
But that's how you show love.
But that's how I show love, and and so my
Sorry,
sister
I can't help you.
I know, but they
I
needed.
got a thing. I gotta,
Are you transporting an organ?
Yeah.
No, but they needed a ride to the airport before Thanksgiving, and I couldn't do it, and it hurts so bad to tell her, no, I can't drive you to the airport.
We, in my immediate family, my family unit, we say the words "I love you" quite a bit. So Caroline's in school by now. I don't want to embarrass her by saying something, but like last night, I'll give you an example. We went to the grocery store together, and next to it is a restaurant we were picking up carryout for. And she goes, all right, I'm just going to go to the car and hang out there where you get the food in the restaurant. Yes, all right. So she's walking across the parking lot. She turns to me and goes, I love you, Dad.
Aww.
I was like, well, that was awesome. So and it was just, we were just going to be gone for 1 minute. And so we say that quite a bit in our family.
For the longest time.
Feels great.
Well, my mom passed away when I was, 20, on the verge of 21. And so, she, obviously would say, your mom, my dad, though I knew he did and does, that actually only started to be a thing, vocalizing it, in the past 10 years.
Wow.
So I never thought he did, and I always understood, but it became a thing, and it's a wonderful thing. It does mean a lot to look for those moments to say that.
Yeah.
Marissa, how do you show your love and support?
Well, I have to echo Casey because over the past few years, I've become so distracted, and I'm the worst person at returning texts. Like, call me, I don't know if I'm going to get it, but if anyone is in a bind, I tend to be the first person people call. Like, I have friends that have been in the hospital, and like I'll just be there in a heartbeat. And maybe it's just the way my family was or something like that. And we're just used to that. But if you're stuck for a ride or anything like that, like I will drop everything and be there. But it'll take me like 4 days to return your text.
If she gets the message that you need help.
Right.
Don't hide it in that. Don't do that.
We're going to the funeral. What?
Don't do that thing where you write a sentence and then like hit enter and then put the important stuff in the bottom of the text. Just put it right at the top.
By the way, speaking of going to funerals, if you want my love and support, don't expect me to be at the funeral.
All right, yeah.
I hate funerals. I can't do it.
But you know what? I read one thing one time,
do it.
and it just said go. That's as simple as that.
For the food.
No. It's just if you have any thoughts or about not going, just go. Whether it's just the viewing, or you don't have to go to the whole service or whatever. And so I tried. So our coworker Bob Cooney, his brother passed away last week, and I wasn't able to make it to his brother's viewing of the funeral, and it like really. It upset me because I love Bob Cooney and I think he's a great guy, and I just wanted to show him
respect
and support, and I wasn't able to do that. And
you should have sent Marissa.
I try to abide by the just go rule.
Yeah,
if you can.
That's great.
Yeah.
I know it's too much for me.
It's hard.
It's
really difficult.
And I apologize in advance to you guys. I won't be at your funeral.
That's great.
It's
what? You're singing at my funeral. What are you talking about?
It's hard for me. It's very, very hard for me personally. And while you want to support other people, I don't think it's being too selfish to take care of yourself too.
Yeah,
because it
not go.
You know what's crazy? All right, so
it's hard to explain,
care of yourself
man.
and don't go.
Now, Steve, you've been through this, so and you may not agree with me, but having been on the receiving line of a funeral after my father passed away, it's actually given me way better perspective on it all. Because before, when I would go to a viewing, when I'm like 5 away from greeting the family.
What are you going to say?
I start crying. Like I start getting upset for them, right?
Right.
And then when I was in the bereaved, I was consoling people. Do you know what I mean? It was like really, really, I was like, wait a second, you're supposed to be consoling me, but I'm the one saying, hey, it's all right.
Can I give you a clue as to what, because if you were there, as you know, you're going to get up to the bereaved, use the Abu Dhabi joke.
Oh, my God.
Right?
I'm sorry, do you know what the main difference between Dubai and Abu Dhabi is?
The people of Dubai don't like the Flintstones, but the Abu Dhabi do.
Yes. Marissa?
Yeah.
Casey, is the thing you read, you don't remember who was there, but you remember who was not there?
No, you remember who was there. So, for instance, I'm going to give a shout out. Shout out to Justin Reger, who was at my dad's funeral. I didn't expect to see him there. Justin's a friend of mine, but like when
we were there.
I know you guys were there. But when I walked out of I was like, oh my God, I can't believe you came to my dad's funeral. Like,
so you get points for going to a funeral?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I say this: don't do anything that you will regret not being. But it's hard to know in the moment. I try to get out of my head, as I say, the concept of the watcher, and just say, expend the time and realize how many times you have been reticent to do something for fear or that you actually did it and enjoyed it. Now, that doesn't mean it's always going to work that way. But, if you, the words, what what might have been, or they say are some of the most saddest words that one can utter. So you try, but you also know your boundaries and your limits and what you're comfortable with.
Funnest funeral ever.
Yeah. My mom's funeral was pretty fun. She the wake was. There was so much to laugh about and so much that was wonderful about her, and I remember that clearly. So who says, well, when I die, I want them all, I want their lives ruined, I want them screaming and crying, and I want nothing but pain that will haunt them all the days of their lives.
Oh, no.
Not terrible,
That's an
but
Italian funeral.
I said it. I go, I want people like crying and hanging off of the casket and screaming that. Yes.
Actually, people are suggesting, Steve, that Casey used the pine cone joke.
Oh, that's good
at
too.
funerals.
Yeah, that joke was invented. Almost like 5 years ago.
How's it go again?
Well, no, it's not a joke. It's just it's a challenge. Like if you say Pacific Ocean really fast, it sounds like pine cone.
Pacific Ocean.
No, you got to say it faster.
Pacific Ocean.
No, faster. Like
Pacific Ocean.
No, pine cone. Right. That's
good.
The joke. It's hilarious.
All right.
Hey, sir, you're going to have to leave.
Survey says.
Oh, with that one?
New survey.
Said, okay.
New survey.
Wait, I got to go to this thing, and now you go.
All right. So 2,000 British folks were surveyed to know or to find out what your sex noises say about your relationship.
Spain!
And 5 ways to improve it.
The noises?
I guess so. Yeah, let's go through this. That guy's having a pretty good time. That's what it says about that. People, here you go, and it doesn't have a percentage point on this one. It says people fear their partner calling them someone else's name during sex.
Lloyd.
73% of women and 68% of men tend to be louder in bed during the beginning of a new sexual relationship.
But like showing appreciation?
Most people are louder in bed during the beginning of a new relationship.
I think so. Yeah. I think that you
putting on a show.
Yeah, and a lot of times it'll involve some singing.
Old
Man River.
33% of men and 34% of women find moaning the sexiest noise of pleasure.
Okay, wow.
What else?
Farting?
Yeah. No. It's just, the moaning, it has to be decent.
Right.
Sorry.
It has to be decent.
It has to be decent.
Listen, there are some that are,
distracting.
Yeah, that's too much.
That sound like you're getting root canal.
Yep. 66% of women reported increasing their amount of moaning and groaning to encourage their partner to,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
to make it all the way.
I will sing the name game.
Oh, yeah. Banana, full phantom.
When I'm aroused.
Steve Bobby.
Oh, you do your own name?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can.
Yeah.
It's an option.
There's only 2 people in the room. You run out of names quickly.
83%.
Or maybe not if you're Regis.
83% of heterosexual women reported to be more vocal during sex compared to their male partners. Yeah, if you're out shining the woman, that's
Yeah.
Like that guy.
Like that clip.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what makes it so laugh. He's trying to. It's from a porn movie.
Yep.
My friend
it's
who
just ludicrous.
Yeah, my friend who watches that stuff on the internet can't stand it when any sounds are made by the man. Just shut up already.
Do you mute? Does your friend mute?
My friend mutes.
Yeah.
My friend will turn the volume down if he's if
Put up the subtitles.
The male guy is too vocal.
Yeah.
And directing somebody to do something that they're already doing.
Do you think Pavarotti would?
Yeah.
Operatically respond to.
I wonder if they have porn, because there are. So I will watch ASMR videos, and I don't like the talking when people are doing this.
Right.
I just go for the sounds is what relaxes me. And so they do have specific videos that say no talking. It'll be like, keyboard, so and so.
Right.
Do they have like porn no talking?
Do they have so much
Everything.
out there that I would be so surprised if they didn't have that.
Okay.
There's so many subcategories and categories with submarines.
Man, my buddy was telling me another thing that he had just seen. It was a verbiage that he had never seen before. Something called dogging. Have you heard dogging before? No. All right, yeah, that was something that had popped up. And
I can't read it. There's no words on it.
Dogging.
Dogging. No, and it's not that position.
Do I know your buddy, by the way?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay.
Do I know your buddy?
So, what's dogging?
I think it might be a version of like a cuckold or something like that. I don't know.
How did we get here?
It's Christmas.
Well, when two people love each other very
The
much.
survey asked about sex noises and survey and Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Dogging. They have the
it a new
explanation there. Up, Preston, if you want to read it from the Urban Dictionary on the screen.
More than one person, having sex with more than one person in a public place, often with at least one stranger and usually with others watching.
Okay.
That seems kind of
Okay.
and
Strange.
yes.
Yeah. All right. Survey says we're going to move on. I have to wrap this up in just a second or so. I want to make sure I get some good ones. All right, here we go. Poll of 2,300 voters online were asked, what is the source of true happiness for you? 52% of people voted that family is true happiness for them. Which members of your family?
Yeah, which one?
23% voted that love is true happiness.
Yeah.
I think I'd probably go with that.
Yeah. I mean, it's a weird thing to contain because there is a mixture involved that adds to that love. But yeah, love is, I think, the purest element of joy in one's life, and that can be, love of your relationship, love of life, love of the living, of the laughter.
Right.
What is love?
Baby, don't harm me.
Yeah.
Honestly.
That was a Jeopardy clue last
Think
night.
about that from time to time because I love the Beatles, and the Beatles
Don't love you back.
No.
I hate him.
No, a lot of
Is that the guy with the pine cone joke? I hate his goddamn guts.
Oh man, I was just trying to make you laugh, bro. No, they sing about love a lot.
They
do. And sometimes when I hear it in that context, I'm like, well, what actually is it?
You know it when you have it, and you know it when it's real.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
it's been defined since time began in millions of different ways.
There are forms of love. There's romantic love. There's
Dogging.
There's dogging.
You love a stranger very much in a crowd.
There's puppy love, which would be dogging, right? I guess so.
Just with a smaller crowd.
No, I think there are various forms of it, and I think that overall, though, it's if you want to talk what the Beatles were talking about, what the Beatles were singing about, and I think it's the overall aura of what is around it. Positivity, respect, admiration, mutual admiration, things like that, you know?
There are moments...
Figging.
Figging is one of them. Rimming. Docking. Anything that's active.
Sounding.
Yeah, sounding. I will say to Claire, that I will just go over and say, I love you, or I'll send a text. I just think, I love you. And I will think of something about her that makes me appreciate those moments. And she'll be like, oh, what prompted that? That's just a feeling I had.
Yeah.
And to have, and that's, so it's sometimes it defies description.
Nick brought up the love languages, the 5 languages of love. You ever heard about this?
Yeah, one is Spanish.
We talked about
it. And it's an interesting concept about all of that, and I haven't delved too deep into it, but these are the 5 love languages. There are words of affirmation, acts of service, gifts,
yes,
quality time,
hygiene,
and physical touch.
Okay.
Are the 5 love languages.
And it's different for different people. And sometimes those Venn diagrams cross one another. And, so you can have acts of service or gift giving or Casey, some of these things would cross where you were talking about, getting your sister's kid to the soccer tournament. Like that's a gift giving.
You don't love me very much because
I love you very much.
You weren't listening. It was a baseball tournament.
Baseball tournament.
Damn it, Nick. You dropped the ball.
Right. That's
right. I think it's some physical touches do.
Here are some words of affirmation.
Now I know where I stand.
Go after yourself.
But we were talking.
Here's your
about,
physical touch. Go after yourself.
Punch you in the nuts.
My father would often say, I would say I love you, Dad, and he would say I love you, and then he would say, more than you'll ever know. And now that I'm a father, I kind of know. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
So yeah, okay, yeah. So maybe that statement, I understand the impact of that statement, but it might be more. It might make more sense to say more than you can understand right now.
Yeah,
because eventually you will.
Yeah,
you hope that people will. So back to the survey. 8% of people voted that wealth is true happiness. This isn't love. So they
How many percentage?
8%.
Okay.
You know what? There was an article I read not that long ago that was something like truths that people won't admit.
Yeah.
That money can't buy everything, or something. It was one of those saying that money isn't.
Money can't buy happiness.
Money can't buy happiness, and it was kind of going, well, you know what? If you break it down, it really can in some sense. Now, it's not going to buy all the happiness.
No, it eliminates problematic issues from life.
Exactly.
And that's part of itself is part of happiness. And it does. That's why if you can be generous with other people and help them with that, that's a wonderful thing to do. However, the thing that is always left out of that assessment are the issues that come with wealth or come with that. You see these people who you say, well, God, they've got to be living on easy street. They've got to have it all. And then they're the Crown, the first years of the series The Crown, if you want to watch what all of that involves. And yeah, it's at a certain point, it can screw you up.
Yeah, I mean, wealthy people are still people that can deal with depression or anxiety or whatever else. Steve, you and I have referenced this a few times, but the Norm Macdonald has a show where he interviewed Judge Judy, who is increditly wealthy. They talked about wealth and what the happiness that it can bring. And the way that Judy framed it, I thought was really eloquent. She just said it eliminates stressors. There are things in my life that I never have to worry about and that my family don't have to worry about.
If you've never seen the original Citizen Kane, that is all distilled down into what wealth does, what it did for Kane and what it was covering over, and what really meant the most to him at his point of death was the simplest thing that had eluded him.
So a couple of more quick things as we got to wrap this up. 6% of people voted that friends are true happiness.
Jennifer, which character?
Ross. No, not the show.
Oh.
Your actual
Phoebe,
friends
I guess.
in your real
Smelly
life.
cat?
She's fun. She's cute, a little dumb, but a lot of fun.
Rachel.
And lots of love. And then 2% of people voted status is true happiness.
That to me is one of the very ephemeral things.
I think they're maybe narcissists that answer that. Who knows? All right, and there you go.
Unless you're Lenny Dykstra.
We got to wrap up the survey. Some things to ponder as you head into the holidays.
Ponderous,
man. It's ponderous, man. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment because we got more to get to. Real quick, another case of Victory's Dirt Wolf to give away. Caller number 17 at 215-263. WMMR is the number, and we'll set you up with that. Victory's Dirt Wolf. You can find Victory Dirt Wolf near you. You got to be at least 21 to win. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Cue the jingle. Butter in every little square?
You do.
If you're
a man.
If you're a man. No. No, I obsess about little things like that.
Okay.
It's just like
So your answer is yes, you do.
Yeah, I have a butter memory with Preston that is probably 19 years old. Do you know what it is?
Butter memory.
Preston, do you remember the butter memory?
That's probably 19 years old.
19 years old.
Memories.
You would have to butter memories. You would have to give me a hint.
Me, you, Steve, and Marilyn.
Wow.
That wraps it up.
Butterfest,
We did a
1998.
show for 3 years together.
Media Court Diner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
You know the butter memory?
Yeah.
Oh, well, do tell.
So we're sitting there, and it's after we had done a show, and we're having lunch, and
we're all just getting to know each other, by the way.
Yeah, we're all getting to know each other, and so they had a little ramekin full of butter, which is a small dish. And so I guess it was a ball of butter or something like that. And we're just talking, and I just reach out and grab it and just squish it with my hand, just to be outrageous,
provocative.
I'm like, ooh, butter, and I did that, and he died laughing. So.
I was like, what? I wish I would have done that. That looked fun.
Butter memories.
But if I owned a diner and
I dine in the morning,
and I was serving waffles, there would be a special little spray that I would put melted butter in so that you could go.
You would keep it like you could even have it as you could have the way you have a mug warmer where your butter could be on it and with the pump so that you could dispense that
Now
way.
it would need to be more like misty,
Like a fire hose?
No, like a
spray bottle.
like a spray bottle, like you would spray your indoor plants.
Like a spritz.
I disagree. I think that the butter, like the spray butter, you're lessening the quality of the butter product. And if you're going to have like actual butter, you're going to need to have like a vat of melted butter. This is your diner, so I'm not trying to tell you how to run your business.
You open your own diner next door and do
build your own goddamn
normal, boring pats of butter.
I kind of want to work with you, like almost like as if I was your therapist, and to make you okay with not having butter in every square. Like it's all right.
No, I know.
It's still going to taste good. You're going to get enough butter.
Believe me, I've
Touchstone Pictures. He had to have butter in every square until a concerned therapist came into his life. My name is Romano. I think I can help you.
Then we need some good music, like
yes,
Peter
inspiring.
Gabriel,
Salisbury Hill.
Salisbury Hill. Yeah. See if you can pull that. So the serious part when he realizes he has a problem.
Oh no, I can't even get it together anymore. Every time I go into the diner, I start trembling like crazy. I think I know someone you can talk to. And then she came into his life. My name's Romano, and today's the day we start making changes. From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a boy who learned now how to not have butter in every square of his waffle. Butter squareless waffle boy.
Butter squareless waffle boy.
Or something to that effect.
It's a butter therapist.
I feel like I already went through this with Jace. Like at breakfast time. It's okay, honey.
Unbutterable.
Is that the name of the movie?
Yeah.
I'm doing it!
Give away the last of our passes for the Cream of the Scream Stop Number 2 Base Motel Haunted Hayride tonight at 6 o'clock.
Such a good time.
It's going to be a beautiful night tonight.
Yes,
by the way.
absolutely.
Just cloudy skies, a little bit cool, perfect for getting your ass
funk on
destroyed by being scared. Why did I just say get your ass destroyed?
What the hell are they doing down there?
It's terrifying.
There's half of ours. Bates Motel will rip your butthole to shreds. You'll be crapping blood for a month.
3 callers right now.
Look at that. It's my sphincter.
What happened? 263 WMMR. Oh my God. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
You know him from movies and streaming shows, and of course, one of the best podcasts in the world. And we're happy he's back in town. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Maron is here. Hey, Mark.
Am I on? Is it on?
It is on.
And comedy. They know me from comedy.
They do.
All
That's
right.
why you're at the Miriam tonight, man. We were checking our records, and I think the last time you came by for a visit was in our studio in 2012.
I know. Look at us all turning old. Look at a bunch of old men now.
That's why you got to shave your head.
I do? Is it time?
What happens is it at least removes that visual cue, you know, so.
Then you're just the ageless bald man.
Exactly.
How old is that Buddha?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, you look good, Buddha.
Yeah. I don't know when it happened to me though. Like I'm just starting to notice it now. For years,
You
I was
look
like,
good though. No, you look good. I'm going to say I'm going to put you in the age-defying category, and I think because you have an iconic mustache.
Oh, is that what's happening?
I think that's it. Yeah.
I finally have an iconic mustache.
Yes, I think because you can be drawn with your facial hair. You're in one of the rare class of people, celebrities, who can be defined by their facial hair. Just in a sketch.
I used to do the sort of a soul patch zapper thing. Now I got some. Now I got a full beard going. But I think I just noticed it a couple weeks ago. I think I slept one might have been last Wednesday. I woke up old. Like I feel like everybody hits that moment where you look at yourself in the mirror and you're like, it happened. I don't know when it happened.
Do you know what it is? It's like sometimes. Why does that jiggle now?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it is.
Are you jumping up and down in front of the mirror? Look at me. It's all going. It's all jiggling.
Something hurts that didn't hurt before.
That's happening.
And the time to recover takes longer.
Yeah, if you ever do recover, it's the living with the hurting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I guess my toes are like that now. Yeah, but I feel all right. I think so.
You're in good shape. You've remained in good shape for quite a while.
It takes work, man.
You know, I was watching, Mark, a documentary just over last weekend on Sam Kinison, and you, go back to that. And I think of all the ways, and knowing you were going to be in, the bizarre, fluidity of life, and you're in that prominently.
I was.
Yeah, you're mentioned many times. Yeah, in the beginning. So the
where is this on?
Yeah, it's
all right
or something. So, but long story short, if you look at your career the way it's firing now, it's got to be wild to be where you were back then, to gone through all you've gone through.
Yeah.
The book is out. Waiting for the punch.
Yeah.
The shows, the podcast, interviewing the president, all of this stuff. Do you have time to take a breath and absorb it all, or do you just keep going?
I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm experimenting with experiencing peace of mind. And happiness, because I'm told it's beneficial to us, and that's what we're working towards.
Yeah.
It does get to a point where because things turned around for me. Not later in life. I'm not like 70, but I mean, my success came in my 40s.
Yeah,
and it does make a difference. I know people are like, they say like, does success really make a difference? Yes.
Yeah,
it does make a difference in terms of, because you spend so much time committed to something. Like with comedy, I mean, that's all I wanted to do, and that's all that I really am. And when you do that, after a certain point, there's no plan B. You get 20 years into something, and all of a sudden you're like, well, I could always. Oh, man.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
There's nothing there. What the last job I had was a really legit job. I was a grill cook, in college, I think, before I committed to comedy. Or worked at a coffee shop somewhere. So it's not lost on me that it's sort of amazing that I've pulled it out in the second half here. But I am trying to appreciate it. Yeah, I'm trying to do nice things. I'll go ahead and fly first class if that's okay. And,
yes,
and the other
treat yourself, because you don't want to be that guy who shuns all.
No, I don't. But I also have that brain of a comic where it's sort of like, I don't know when this money's going to go away. Like, I don't know when the work's going to dry up. I don't know if I'm going to get that club date.
Right.
And I still have that survival kind of mindset.
Do you know what was very, very telling was, and I always reference it because I think it's probably as true a thing as you'll ever see, is Joan Rivers in her documentary right at the end there. She had her book. Her schedule, and there was open space, even at her career, with the way everything was going. I got to fill it in. It's a day open. I got it. Right. So
I'm
it never leaves you, does it?
It doesn't. No, but I'm always pretty busy. I'm like doing the comedy, and then I'm on. I do the TV show now, the Glow Show. We got one more season of that.
It's a great show.
Yeah, it's a fun show. And then the podcast
and Joker. All this stuff. So, that's.
I got a hot, like a tight 40 seconds in Joker.
Hey, you got more than Brian Callen.
Callen's like, is that him?
Yeah. Yeah, you got more than Gary Goldman.
No, Gary Goldman was kind of featured, but he's doing his act.
Yeah, I love him, by the way.
Well, it was funny because I did there's this whole thing where I did it was a longer scene with me and De Niro. Like it wasn't the whole movie, but we did a walk and talk thing heading up to the dressing room where we enter, and that's the scene in the Joker. But there's a whole other thing where I'm like, how you doing? What's going on? Let's not do this.
Did they excise that?
Well, because I asked the guy, Todd Phillips, I said, before I saw the movie, I said, am I in it? Did I make the cut? He goes, well, we cut the walk and talk. And I was like, all right. He goes, we had to, because he said, there's not a scene in that movie that doesn't involve the Joker.
Yeah.
So it's completely from his point of view, or he's always in every frame. So anything that didn't involve him, that he wasn't in, they took out. And it made sense to me.
Okay.
And he said that one, like that scene, that walk and talk, had nothing to do with Joker. So they really...
I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, it made sense.
You had a funny observation on Colbert you were talking about.
Because like... Yeah, I mean, I get this opportunity.
It's De Niro. It's freaking De Niro.
Well, people like also I'm fairly critical of Marvel movies, and I get I've gotten a lot of pushback.
Well, as you can see, we're fans.
Yeah, but I get a lot of pushback from the grown male nerd community.
Yes.
Has it gets very mad at me. But when they found out I did Joker, they're like, "No, you're a hypocrite," and they're very excited that they think they won something.
Yeah, but we got him. We converted him.
No, they were like, this guy's a opinion means nothing.
Right.
You know, he's a sellout. but the bottom line is, you get a call from your agent. And they're like, "You want to do a scene with Joaquin and De Niro?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's in a comic movie." I'm like, "No, I didn't." Yes, of course. What am I? Of course, I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Right.
So, all right. Can I ask you what your stance is on these comic movies? Because are you up there with like how Bill Maher feels about them?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, Bill has a tone.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's delicate. That's delicate.
And I don't know if I'm within that tone.
Okay.
I mean, I think you could put me in a mildly condescending.
Right.
I have a problem with it culturally because I do believe that there's a fanatical sort of commitment to them. I do believe that because of their popularity, they do push out other entertainment options. And I do believe that, I don't know that as a grown-up, I've earned this age that I'm at. I don't want to feel sort of bullied to go see children's movies.
Okay. I understand that. I understand that
because people who like those movies, even if they're grown-ups, they're sort of like, come on. They're almost like the missionaries for them. They're just like a bunch of Disney stooges, who are trying to tell you it's like this is their life.
Well, right. I've been a fan throughout all my life, and so it attaches to pivotal moments of my childhood.
That. Sure.
But I understand it's the same way vegans try to push, the whole thing. And I
think one is more healthy. Like I don't think you're getting any health benefits from the Avengers movies. Well, Batman's like the DC Marvel's different. Like, and I've used that joke. Like when people were like, "Yeah, you're doing it's a DC movie." So, it's a little darker, a little more grown up. More grown up. Yeah.
I do understand it because I love the movies. Yeah. I'm not a comic book guy. I didn't read the comic books growing up, so I don't have this like long vested interest in like, oh my God, it's finally happening.
I think it's a belief system.
Right.
I mean, these guys have been reading. Go ahead. Sorry.
But no. My wife doesn't watch any of them, and I tried to have.
I think that's something a lot of men say.
But I tried to have this argument with her. I'm like, no, it's really, really great cinema. But now, like hearing you talk, I'm like, okay, you know what? Listen. You're allowed to not be into them, and I need to just kind of like drop it right then and there. Like, okay,
wow, I think if this feels like some sort of peace talk.
We've made a breakthrough.
I mean, you're just going to drop it right there. That's interesting. You sure you don't want to get online with an army of your peers?
No,
and talk
it's
about
too much work, man.
That's an argument nobody's ever going to win. So that's what gets me is why have that argument? Maybe just for the catharsis of having the argument itself.
No, I tell you why. And my producer Brendan has explained this to me is because this is a group of people that were sort of marginalized in a way. The nerds were always sort of the brunt of the joke.
Yeah.
And now they own culture.
They do.
And they're not going to let it go. So anybody that's going to start pushing at it, they're like, no! And it's always shrill and awkward, and they're having feelings.
Well,
and
well, you look at like Scorsese just caught.
I think that was a reasonable
and he's
assessment.
just saying, listen, if Martin, you certainly have to entertain Martin Scorsese's view on things. At its basic core, it's fun. That's what it is. It's a diversion. It's a harkening back nostalgically for childhood.
Right.
But it's not a I don't want to leave childhood. But I know what you're saying.
I get bored.
Yeah.
I'm bored.
Right.
You know what I mean? The stories are simple, and I get it. Like I know they're like you ought to see the one with Hugh Jackman and what's that
Logan.
one? If you want to start, because I'm going to try to watch some.
Yeah.
Just for
watch Logan.
But I think I'll start at the beginning. I've seen Iron Man.
Yeah.
I saw that, and I think that maybe Iron Man. I don't know.
It's okay.
You don't.
It's really okay.
Again, it's funny because we deal with obviously the station plays music and a song will come up and. It's the ultimate subjective thing. How do you respond to music? But
it sucks.
People speak in concrete. This is great. No,
it's the same with comedy. It's the same with everything. These things are subjective. You don't have to
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kat. I think before we head out for the year, we should probably unload the junk drawer.
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
So we can have that all buttoned up. By the way, real quick, Steven Singer reached out to us, and because in that last commercial I said you could get free shipping if you order by 2 p.m. And we're like, wait a minute, he told us yesterday it was 2 p.m. You can do it today, but you pay $19.95 for overnight shipping, and you can get it in time for Christmas.
If you're in a bind, that's definitely worth it.
So our little copy info here was wrong.
Yes.
I want to make sure I pass that along to
We're like
you.
Jim Gardner, though. We give trusted information.
Yes. All right.
We have different standards here.
End of the year, so you hear some year-end polls and information coming together, and Pornhub.
Yes.
The most viewed amateur model is a woman named Yenny Leon.
Yenny Leon.
A 38-year-old Puerto Rican-born performer. Her real-life nickname is Yenny, but she goes by Yenny Leon. Apparently she and her partner...
Those are her fans.
She and her partner have become Pornhub's top amateur model of the year.
Amazing.
And it's for the second year running, by the way.
Oh.
Outranking significantly... Outranking significantly younger performers Angel, Sweetie Fox, and Dick for Lily.
Dick for Lily.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
If you have a family member who's up there in years and has often voiced an interest in getting into the porn industry, this should serve as inducement.
By the way, it's they're a couple. So Leon is the male half of the couple. It's Yenny and Lee.
Is Dick for Lily one person or two?
I don't know.
Lily,
So-
legs, Lily.
So Yenny and Leon said that a large part of their success is because even after nearly 20 years together, the two still have an insatiable desire for each other, one that comes across in their rough but sweet scenes. And she said, as we say in Puerto Rico, we are muy bellacos.
Okay, that's churros?
Yeah, they're very bellacos.
They're very muy bellacos. They're very horny.
Oh!
She said, always our lives. What's that?
It's Bellacos?
Bellacos.
Bellacos. Isn't that song?
I don't know. What is it?
Bellacos.
Bellacos. Bellacos.
The people of my village are poor.
Bellacos.
I live in a town called Bellacos, where everyone is very horny. In fact, everyone is everyone else's Saturday nighting.
Yenny and the Sabado night thing.
Sabado night.
You're going to be my regular Sabado night thing.
Steve, did you watch Sabado Gigante? Did we talk about this in the past?
I think I did.
Yeah,
Big Saturday?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure, maybe, Steve, I'm drawing a blank, but I thought we talked about it one time because we were chatting about Puerto Rico, and Sabado Gigante was
right.
a huge program there.
And all of the people are, gorgeous.
Yeah, well, the dude is like kind of older, heavyweight Hispanic gentleman.
Yeah.
Every woman on that show was unbelievably gorgeous.
They're all like Sofia Vergara.
Yes.
And then some.
By the way, I looked up Yenny Leon, and she has huge boobs.
They're after factory, yes?
Yeah, they're implants,
yeah.
And she has a large posterior as well, and she's kind of in her face. She isn't
very plain.
Well, I was going to say average looking, and not overly done porn star.
That's
but
true.
That's part of what
It reminds you of your family.
Well, it's part of what amateur pornography is about.
Yes.
It's not they're not model looking.
Right.
So anyhow, they've entered into the adult industry after watching a YouTube video of another Puerto Rican couple explaining how they found success making amateur pornography. She said, we were always very sexual, and we said, let's do porn. Within the first month on Pornhub, Yenny and Leon had made more than $2,000 today. They live almost entirely from their earnings on the site. They don't make as much as you think. They make about $15,000 to $25,000 a month.
Why did they go on OnlyFans?
They do. She has an OnlyFans account as well.
Does that exceed the Pornhub stuff?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
It depends on, I guess, what kind of a deal you have with Pornhub. So the implants, by the way, she's 32 Triple H.
Has she reached out to Cornhub?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But Cornhub is awesome.
Cornhub has wonderful corn.
Their street corn is fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, did Marissa send over some audio?
Yeah, this is Bailamos. That's what I was singing from Enrique Iglesias. Because they're muy, what is it?
Bailamos.
Beamos.
Beamos.
No, Bellacos.
Bellacos.
Beata nurse.
Well, that sucked.
The empanadas, well, that sucked. All right.
We're not usually
Anyhow.
rejoicing after I cook.
So Yinny Leon, amateur porn, king and queen.
Merry Christmas to them.
Again, at Pornhub. Let's see. Well, we already know it's going to be cold across the country. I just want to give you some numbers about, as we're going to deal with a 20-degree high.
Yeah.
It's looking like parts of the eastern plains of Colorado are going to hit a wind chill of negative 52.
Yeah, I saw that.
Astonishing.
I was watching weather alerts from Rocky Mountain National Park yesterday, and they are saying do not go outside this week.
It says avoid outdoor activities, period.
Yeah.
Don't go outside. And don't travel. There was a whole thing I saw, Kathy, that about people that do have to travel, what to have in their vehicles.
Yeah, and it's a life-threatening temperatures.
Yeah.
That's how they're describing it.
Yeah, so it's that bomb cyclone that
It's
they were
the
talking
bomb.
about. And according to the National Weather Service, the shift is due to a cold air mass set to reside over northeast Colorado until early next week. The Arctic cold front will blast south across Colorado on Wednesday night, so last night. And dropping temperatures into Friday in areas where a negative 50 wind chill is present. Frostbite could occur in as little as 5 minutes.
Oh.
That's hardcore. Yeah. So we're not getting it that bad.
Florida, you said a record.
Record cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's happening. All right, let me see what else I got here. So there's been a resurgence in the world of fashion, and that is Ed Hardy is making a comeback.
Okay. What? According to who?
Like
John Gosling?
An exclusive. No. Urban Outfitters has an exclusive collection of apparel and accessories.
You remember you couldn't escape that crap?
And apparently, Y2K trends are getting the help of TikTok and have gripped the industry, letting nostalgia do what it does best. So that era is coming back around right now, and a lot of it has to do with TikTok.
Okay. Do you hold any nostalgia for that period? That,
I don't even know what. I was already past fashion at that point.
Right. Yeah.
I had already segued into jeans and t-shirts and whatever, and
whatever was
I
comfortable.
Yeah, and I stopped caring about fashion trends by then. So I don't even know, to be honest, what the fashion was then.
Yeah, Ed Hardy.
I mean, I wore jorts.
Huge. Yeah,
those were around then. So
the thing is,
I think
like
there's a picture of me in here with an Ed Hardy shirt on. I believe it's Ed Hardy. It's with one of our guests, and I think it's in the frame outside of our office.
Huh,
I'll
see
check.
if you can find it.
I believe you were probably on the beginning part of that trend. Do you know what I mean? And I like it when
Edward Hardy.
Edward Hardy. No,
Was it Ed Hardy?
Was it Ed Hardy?
What was the other one that was
around that time,
kind of like Ed Hardy-ish?
with the kind
Oliver Hardy,
real big flashy,
Laurel.
real big flashy looks, and
whatever that print was.
I don't know.
Maybe it was Ed Hardy. I don't know.
The second Target and Kohl's start making T-shirts that are, quote unquote, like trendy, that's when I'm like,
you check out.
I check out on the whole thing. Like when I
but they're pretty up to date as to when the trend happens.
I know, but that's when it just becomes too commercialized. So like when I see one person sort of ironically wearing a Shania Twain T-shirt, I'm like, that's kind of funny. I like the way that looks. And then when I go to,
you see it mass.
I see it at Kohl's, and I'm like, oh, that's okay. That's going to be a thing, and I'm going to see a ton of people wearing that.
Okay. So available online now with a handful of pieces available for pre-order. The collection comprises a series of statement styles, graphic tees, printed cargo pants, statement hoodies, baby tees, and more are decked out in the brand's iconic tattoo-inspired prints, creating a selection that is between time, they're saying in this article.
That was the foundation. I was trying how you would classify their look, and I get it now. So it's supposed to be very similar to tattoos.
Like tattoos, yeah.
Okay. So, Kath, please don't hate me for this. So yesterday at the Christmas Miracle, I wore pajamas. That was what I wore to work. I ended up wearing it all day. And so I went to my daughter's basketball game last night, and I was like, I don't feel like changing. So that's what I wore.
Did anybody make a comment?
Dude, her friends loved it.
Right.
You know why? Because that's what kids are wearing these days.
Right.
They're literally wearing. They wear them to school.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I didn't come in looking like some dork. I actually
You
came
were the
in.
cool kid.
I was the cool kid.
Yay, I made it.
Oh, your dad's so cool.
But Avery,
Hey, can I bum a cigarette?
So Avery, we went to the store afterwards, and she was talking about how all of her friends on the bench had noticed me walking in and saying how cool I looked.
Yeah.
And I was like,
what you see?
Press, I know. I do just scoffing, but I said, I go, are you embarrassed? She's like, no. She's like, it's awesome. I love that they loved what you were wearing.
Your dad is so cool.
Kathy, some people are texting and saying you were talking about Von Dutch was the other one.
No, wait.
Von Dutch?
Marissa sent me a picture. It was not of me, but
it was not you, and it was not the fashion you were claiming to wear.
No, it was Ed Hardy.
It was David Faustino.
It wasn't Von Dutch.
Okay.
Nick.
Because Von Dutch and Ed Hardy were kind of similar, weren't they? Like similar era and similar styles, or am I way off?
I don't know. I don't remember Von Dutch.
I don't know, but apparently that the 2000s, the aughts, if you will, are kind of rolling back around for kids fashion-wise. Marissa?
Von Dutch was the hat. If you guys remember that Paris Hilton and Ashton Kutcher, there's actually a really good documentary on Von Dutch. I think it's on Hulu.
Is this the Curse of Von Dutch?
Maybe.
That you're talking about? And it says, it looks like, okay, yeah. All right.
Whatever it is. It talks about how it was just some like motorcycle guy who started the brand, and then somebody stole it from him, and then it became this like worldwide phenomenon for a minute.
It's amazing when the match is lit on these things and they take off. A lot of times they'll burn themselves out, fairly quickly. To have any sort of lasting power is an achievement.
Hey, Nick, I want to ask you, we're contemporaries. What fashion or brand do you think of when I mention the movie Mo Money? Does that ring a bell to you at all?
Yeah. That's Wayans Brothers, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
He wore a hat. He wore a bunch of hats.
It wasn't FUBU, was it?
No, Stussy.
Stussy, yes.
Stussy was a big.
God,
do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Stussy, yeah.
Is that still around?
No, but it should come back. I love that Stussy-esque, man.
I don't know that.
You don't remember?
We used to do commercials.
You'd have to see me. You have to show me pictures.
Yeah.
So essentially, Preston, if I went like, I'm gonna
Connor,
draw...
if you find something, put it up there, please.
All right. So do you know how to make an S out of these three lines on top of each other? These six. All right. So that's essentially what the Stussy.
Stussy. Is it Stussy or Susie?
Stussy.
Stussy. Yeah.
And
Here,
it was
Preston,
a cool
here's a sweatshirt.
Yeah.
And they were associated with skateboarders.
I remember the logo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
okay.
Van stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was something to draw if you were bored.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Yep.
Everybody that I was in high school with around in the 90s had Stussy S's drawn all over their notebooks because it was you draw three lines on top of each other.
3 lines on the bottom.
3 lines on the bottom, and then you connect it all and you make an S out
It's
of
like
it.
an MC Escher S.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
And that was hot for a minute?
That was hot.
No, it was hot for a while.
Yeah,
For a
it was hot
while?
in the early 90s, yeah.
Okay.
And it's still around. They're on the
tuxedos.
The Instagram worldwide since 1980.
So let's forecast what next retro thing will be. Will rear its ugly head.
I think it was on SNL over the weekend that apparently tramp stamps are also making
Tramp stamps?
Yeah, and so like that style of that's probably like late 90s, early 2000s
It's the 90s.
as well.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what's coming back is the 90s period. Fashion, tramp stamps, all of it.
Yeah, the 80s was a little while back with Stranger Things and stuff like that.
Yep.
So that's moving. Its course is moving along. Okay.
On a different note, Preston, with the one of the band members yesterday is friends with the monkey between the nipples guy.
Oh.
And had a picture of him, and he said
how's he
he's doing
doing?
great. Yeah.
He loves that tattoo, man.
He loves that tattoo. It's
Yeah.
a huge monkey swinging between his nipples.
Remember in the 90s when that was hot? People were all getting that?
And we gave it to him.
No, it was not.
That one made me laugh out loud so many times when I see it. I haven't seen it in a while, so if I could use a good laugh, I need to see that thing. But like,
I remember like when he walked in after RC was finished giving the tattoo, and we were all like,
"Oh my god!
Oh
Jesus.
my
Poor
god!"
son of a bitch.
He wanted a little monkey hanging off of his nipple.
Hey, that looks good.
Oh my God.
He got a life-size one.
All right, let's see. I'm going to dive back into the junk drawer here. All right, there are apparently two things that are keeping the toy industry afloat right now. Inflation and consumer group known as Kidults.
Oh yes, and I this is me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kids at heart are responsible for 1/4 of all toy sales annually, around $9 billion worth.
Yeah!
And are the biggest driver of growth throughout the industry.
You're keeping this economy going, Steve.
Well, I don't have to go in now and say, I'm looking for something for my son. It's like a Batman statue.
Right.
And it lights up. And it says,
This cohort defines as ages 12 and older, has been steadily contributing to the industry for years, but spending has accelerated in the wake of the pandemic, leading to year-over-year gains despite tough comparisons.
got my Val Kilmer Batman Forever figure.
It's an important moment for the toy industry, too, with the holiday season upon us, while sales surged across the board for board games, puzzles, and play sets during the pandemic. The first 9 months of 2022 saw a 3% decline in sales volume. Higher toy prices helped outweigh these losses as sales revenue for the time period jumped 3%. Kidults, by the way, hang on, Casey, who tend to spend more on toys, have a great fondness for cartoons, superheroes, and collectibles that remind them of their childhood. They buy merchandise such as action figures, Lego sets, and dolls that might typically be considered for kids. However, in recent years, toy makers have credited product lines just for these consumers, realizing that demand is high for this generation of adults who still want to have fun.
I wasn't sure if secondary market was a reason for sales to be really healthy these days because, like the hotter the item, like it's so hard to compete to buy something on the first market, right? I'm thinking like PlayStation 5s and stuff like that.
Right.
Like it's almost impossible to find that at Target or Best Buy or whatever. But on the secondary market, these things are being bought up so much. So that means that they are being purchased and the economy is pumping and going. But I don't know for you, Steve, if aside from those things like the PlayStation, what else is on the secondary market?
So a lot of the stuff I get is from a couple of different, places like Sideshow and Prime One and there's a couple of different companies that are like out of Japan that create these things, but they're now people have sort of come out of the darkness and said, listen, I love it. It's nostalgic. As you said, for that reason, Preston. It reminds you of your childhood.
By the way, our intern, Gina, texted from the green room. I don't know why to say that she collects. Gina, come in here and tell us what it is that you purchase.
Get an Uber.
And you don't have to text from the
come
other
in.
room. You can come in here or tell Marissa or something like that.
I texted because I figured it was easier. I don't know.
All right, you buy toys.
I do, yeah.
What do you buy?
So I buy Bratz dolls.
Oh, the Bratz. We're very popular.
When I was young, my mom was more into like Barbies for me. My first like when I was potty training, my prize was a Bratz doll, and I was so upset with it. But now I love them.
How many do you have?
I buy them. How many Bratz dolls do I have?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Now I'd say about 5, and I'm still buying them. It's a recent thing that I've started doing. It's like this year.
And it makes you feel it's nostalgic?
Yeah.
Do you display them?
21 years old buying Bratz dolls. Like I go to the doll aisle in the store and I look for them.
Are they collectibles? Like, is there value inherent with them at all?
Well, so they got rid of them for a while and they just brought them back for like a 20-year anniversary thing.
So is this
Yeah.
We have a picture of the Bratz dolls.
Smiling. Okay, at the picture.
I remember when they were
the
huge.
slutty dolls.
Yes, they were.
Here's what they look
like. They slay. Like that's why I like them. They're Barbie. They're Barbie if she slayed.
I love it.
I love them so much.
I love that.
So they're cute and they got the big lips and they're just I don't know. I like their outfits.
How many are there? Oh, sorry.
Nick had asked you to display them.
Oh, I do. I actually stand them up in my room, and then I've got like they actually have a 21st birthday edition of them, and I'm 21, which I think is really funny.
Mm-hmm.
And so I display the 21st birthday ones.
How many are available in the collection?
In the 21st birthday one?
Just in general, of all the Bratz dolls that are available now.
There's an original set that they just released that has the original 4. The 21st birthday one, I believe, has 6 of them because it has the boys with it, too.
Wow.
There are boy Bratz?
Yeah, we
There
saw
are
a guy
boy
at the end.
Bratz.
There was a guy at the end of that.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't
Put that
remember
picture back up if
And
you
they
can,
have
Connor.
the movies, too. The boys are in the movies.
Do the boys slay too?
The boys are really ugly in Bratz, but that's just my opinion. I think Ken dolls are cuter. But I do love Bratz.
I love that you collect those. That's very cool.
Yes.
And will you continue to do it and build the collection?
Yeah,
All
I
right,
just love them so much. I don't know. And they stand up on their own, too. Like, their shoes are so chunky that they do stand up on their own. You don't even need, like, a special stand. And you just dress them up.
Yeah, Barbies couldn't stand up.
I'm healing my inner child.
Okay,
You know?
very good. Very
I
good.
love it.
Are you asking for some for Christmas?
No, I figured that was kind of embarrassing. I do buy them with my own money, my own big girl money. But, you know.
Okay. All right. Very good.
I love them.
And they pointed out some other things like Funko,
Funko Pop,
have become, the adults buy them.
Yes. Anything Pikachu or Pokemon or all that stuff. We know so many adults who are completely immersed in that world. I have no grounds to stand on, like, whether it be the brats or the stuff that I collect, it makes me feel good, you know? You collect. Well, you don't collect.
I don't have toys per se, and
mine aren't toys. They're respectful statues.
But
you have like nice displays. What you've done over the last few years is you've taken some things that are collectibles that display well, and you've framed them and
shadow boxes.
Yeah, shadow boxes and stuff like that. I mean, so that's it's not a toy, but it's a display. Much like, listen, you're not playing with your Batman dolls.
I have a Batman in my office now that is you guys know it's enormous. I had to take shelves out of the cabinet. You don't play with that. You just sit there in awe of it.
Yeah, and I love the way that stuff looks. I am just so lazy and I can't. I just can't. I have all these posters, and I want to do what you do, Press. I love the way your basement looks. I love the way that whole
frame them and hang them up.
Yeah, and I have a
You
room.
don't play with posters.
No, but like you display them, and that's why you love Batman.
Yes.
And, there's all the and I want to put these things on display so I can look at them and
stroke them,
massage them. Naughty.
Yeah, you should. You should take the time to go ahead and do that, because once you get them up and you appreciate them and you look at them, it's cool.
There's a framing store that has had 3 of my items for a year now, because when they came back with the price,
You have bad luck with this.
No. It's because it was more expensive than I thought it was going to be. So when they came back with the quote, I was like, oh my God.
You just left them there?
Dude,
they're still there.
Framing stuff is expensive everywhere.
I know.
I have found that out. I thought the first couple of places I went to, I'm like, this is stupid. And I went to other ones, I'm like, oh, this is what they charge.
It takes work. There's time and effort, and there's a bit of a science attached to it. I'm going to give a plug. There's a guy named Butch. He's a huge fan of MMR. Cole's Framing in Conshohocken. It's fantastic. But Casey, I dropped off a Pearl Jam montage there, and I had completely forgotten about it. So I went back like 5 or 6 years later and was able to pick it up. But yeah, it's not cheap, but to me, it's worth it because they make it look so good.
And I love, Instagram has these great little trends now where you have these artists, these independent artists that are creating these things, and there's like a little music video that people go, this is why I charge money. It takes time to do the stuff.
Right.
And so I don't want to minimize what anybody does. Like, yes, if I want this to look nice, like it's going to take time and effort, and you need to be compensated for that.
There was a thread that I sent to Nick, because Andrea's girlfriend is an artist, and it's these people complaining about and wanting free things from these artists, and the people are writing back going, okay, it takes me hours of my time to do this, and I get paid for this, and that's why it costs this much. If you go and somebody works on your car, even if you're not buying any pieces of equipment for it, their time has to be paid for.
I was just watching, it was on, I didn't turn it on, but it was one of the judge shows, and there was a local music producer who was hired by a local artist, excuse me, to do a demo, and this local artist, this woman could not understand, she wanted drums added and all these things. He goes, I gave, you asked for this, I gave you this, and the judge is like, here's your work order request, here's what you got.
Yeah.
That to me would seem an added cost.
Right. Yeah, I think people go on Instagram and they'll scroll through these things and they look at them and they see the finished product and they go, oh, that's pretty. And they scroll past it for free and look at it for free. And they forget that the amount of effort and time that went into actually creating that piece usually is substantial.
Yep, exactly. All right, well, anyhow, I think I got a little bit dusted off and taken out of the junk drawer. So I think we got to shut the lid on this thing. And we still have more to go. Don't forget, we have the lesson question, trash, music news, letter of the day, word of the week prize, and the bizarre file coming up. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and get into all of that when we return. So stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
mean, if you're not thrilled by dudes flying around and throwing buildings and rocks and cars and things, I don't know. It was never my thing. And I read some comics, but even the comics I read when I was a kid were not those. I read like Swamp Thing, and then I went into the Gaiman stuff, Hellblazer and Sandman. I liked
good stuff.
I liked a lot of the underground world of comics. I like Daniel Clowes. I like that guy. What's his name? Burns, who does the 8-ball comics.
So what do you
Peter
like?
Bag.
Do you like horror movies and stuff?
Nope.
Or you're not into that stuff?
No, I
like
have
monster
no
movies?
patience. No patience for that. Like, just kill the guy. I don't know what that feeling of suspense is not one of my favorite entertainment feelings.
What in the pop culture realm? What's your go-to genre? What do you most find yourself being drawn to when you go to a movie? If you have,
that's a good question. I don't know. I've been watching Succession.
I just started watching that.
I love it.
Everyone raves about it. Yeah,
well, the way they talk to each other is amazing because
Yeah.
it's not real, but it's like there's the emotional weirdness of the whole thing is great. I just rewatched the entire Breaking Bad.
Me too. Well,
you did?
Yeah. Well, Preston and I did a year or so ago, and now I've watched the last few episodes again because of the Netflix movie that's coming out with Jesse.
I went to the premiere.
Oh, how was it? Can we ask
whose phone is going?
It's yours, I think.
Is it mine?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. Dude, that happened at the end of Hamilton on Tuesday night.
Hey, it's time to wake up.
Yeah.
Is it your alarm?
It's 7:30.
Oh my God.
I almost didn't wake up because I thought I said it and I didn't say it, but I woke up anyways. Yeah. The movie's good. It's good. It's almost like I think he made it just because he's like, these guys were so great. Let's just make one more movie.
Okay.
I can
one more
see
thing
that.
with this.
I'm fine with that.
But the premiere was great. I don't usually go to a lot of those, but because I'm on a Netflix show and I've done specials and I've been on a few of their shows, they invite me, and I was like, I'm going to go to this one.
Yeah.
So I wore this shirt, the one you kind of.
I love he's wearing a denim shirt that I really like.
Well, thank you. I mean, I know it's stiff. I know it's new because I knew the way you said it. It's like you're like, wow, where'd you get that shirt? It was a compliment, but they were sort of like a little new. It's a little. Yeah. Maybe you might want to break that in. But
is it itchy?
Where'd you get that brand new denim shirt?
It had an edge to it. Yeah. You just got that, didn't you? It wasn't a full-on compliment.
Yeah.
It was like, that's a denim shirt you got.
That thing is really denim, isn't it?
In the world of denim, that's passive aggressive.
Look, we got to work on him. We got to work on him.
That's hilarious.
But the movie.
Yeah.
So I'm still like crazy because I still get kind of starstruck, and it's just kind of because I walk the carpet. I don't have to, but I'm not in the movie. But then you get that picture. It's like also at the premiere, I was there, But
I'm sure Netflix encourages you if you can because you're a Netflix.
Yeah, and I wore this denim shirt. That was the first. There it is. There's the picture you got. See, that's the denim shirt on its first appearance publicly.
Same pants too.
It is the same pants. I got 4 things, dude. I don't. I got 2 pairs of pants I wear at any one time and 3 shirts.
You're stylish.
I love the Us magazine where they say he really loves his, and it's like 5 pictures of you in the denim shirt.
And that's it. Yeah. Well, I'm breaking it in. So, but I get starstruck, and also there's a weird mixture of like, do people know who I am, and can I approach them? There's some of them I do. Like I saw Ed Begley there. Ed Begley gave me a big hug. And that's not
Ed
nothing.
Begley's great.
That's not nothing, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I saw Jonathan Banks. Who plays Mike.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if he does know me, but I walk up to him because I grew up in Albuquerque, and they shot the whole thing in Albuquerque.
Yeah.
And my buddy from 2nd grade lives in an apartment building that Mike just got a place in because they shoot out there all the time with Saul and everything else, and they've become friends. So I walk up to Mike. I'm like, my buddy Dave's your buddy, and he's like, oh yeah. And I'm like, and then I realize like he doesn't have no idea who I am. Like I don't think he does.
I don't think he gets starstruck.
Oh my God.
No,
Jonathan Banks. He does not impress me as the type that's he's pretty nonplussed.
But yeah, definitely. But the thing that got me, like, Cranston was nice to me because he's been on the show, and I saw Jesse Plemons, who I've not talked to, but he's like, he was, he knew I was, and we talked. I listened to me. I'm like, some of them know me. Some of the celebrities know me. but
we get the same way.
I know, right?
Hey, we know David Faustino.
Yeah, he came here. Was he here?
He was here.
Wow.
Kathy doesn't remember.
I don't remember.
Hey, Obama would know you if you walked into a room and he was there. He would recognize.
Yeah, I think he might remember.
That was pretty special.
Yeah, it was. The president came over. But 1 second,
I also want to find out. Yes, please.
So I'm at the premiere, and I hear from behind me over at people are sort of talking before the movie started, and I hear Hank's voice. You know, you got Hank from the cop in Breaking Bad. And I didn't even know the actor's name, but I'm like, there's Hank! I want to talk to Hank! Like, when I interviewed Cranston, I swear to God, when I did it, I was so immersed in the show, it was years ago, that I could not separate him from Walter White.
Yeah.
And like, throughout the entire interview with him, I'm like, I think I need to talk to Walter. So there's certain characters that really impress. Like, Hank's such a that guy's great. What's his name?
Dean something or other.
Norris.
Yep.
Yeah. Great
character actor.
I felt myself excited. Like, there's Hank, and he sounds just like Hank talking to other people. But yeah, Obama is no Hank.
Right.
But exciting. Yeah.
Speaking of Obama, the podcast WTF with Mark Maron. 10-year anniversary, man. You've really made that just a mainstay, and it's you do it right. You kind of do what we like to do as a radio show. We just have conversations, and we dive into whatever comes up. You have a basic idea of what you want to talk about, but head down
you do your
paths.
homework
a little bit.
Yeah.
Poke around a little bit. Sometimes I miss things, but you got to get used to people saying like, "Why didn't you ask him about it?" Because you should have told it.
No, it's got to be on your terms. But you know, you're so initially your interviewing skills, your chops, were they developed on like Air America, or did you have a good rapport, a conversation ability? Because I told you earlier before we went on that when we first started, our interviews kind of sounded like interrogations as opposed to just conversations. And when did this switch flip for you?
I think that's a style initially. You know, you want to get these moments. It was like the audio equivalent of clickbait. Right? You know, you're exactly right. You kind of want to let's get them on this one. Like I don't do morning radio as much as I used to because I don't know what I'm walking into. I know you guys.
Right.
But even phoners, you want to be on a phone with a bunch of monsters who are just looking to tear you down. And you've got no way to defend yourself because you're on a phone. So. But my style really was more about inviting people I knew over to talk about my problems. So having celebrities over to talk about my problems and maybe find some midway.
It's a disarming entree into a good conversation.
But I was in trouble. I was bitter. I was cynical. I had people I had to apologize to. But so it sort of evolved like that.
From like a 12-step almost.
Almost like I need to make an amends or do you like me or I'm not comfortable with you. But it was always very personal, and it just kind of evolved from there.
I know you've been dealing with nicotine withdrawal, and I wanted to ask you how that's going.
It's all right, man.
Yeah?
I think I'm coming through it. I think I'm at like 7 weeks. And I wasn't even smoking, man. I was doing those lozenges.
So that was the deal, huh?
I loved them. I haven't
Did you ever flirt with the vaping thing?
No.
Okay.
No, I knew right away that there had to be something wrong with
Something's going to be an issue.
Well, what's in it? How are they making that? Who's in charge?
That's the question, isn't it?
I want to know if it's a kind of a well-known, historical cigarette company making me sick. These vapes, it's like, where's the goo coming from? What are you putting in there?
Where's your goo coming from?
If it's not Philip Morris or R.J. Reynolds, I don't want anything to do with that.
Chinese goo.
Chinese goo? What is it? How is that not going to be bad?
Well, why'd you start trying these lozenges? Who turned you on to that, or where'd you get the idea to do that?
Well, I've been wrestling with nicotine my whole life, but I haven't really smoked a cigarette in over a decade. So there was a period there. What happens with me is I got off the smokes. I think I had one cigarette during a Keith Richards interview, but I knew I was on the lozenges, and because he made me smoke with them.
All right,
of course,
Keith Richards,
and he's got a bit of charm when it comes to getting people to do things that are bad for you.
So we've heard,
he's done that to an entire generation, several, but no, and I do the gum. It took me years to sort of quit, but then I kind of leveled off on lozenges. I was on gum for a while, but they're not good for your jaw. And then Tom Rhodes, another comic,
we've had him in.
He's great. Yeah, he turned me on to Walgreens cinnamon 4 milligram lozenges.
So cinnamon, okay. See, I was always the mint lozenge guy.
Yeah, no, I don't. And I don't do the mint. I don't mind them in a pinch. I'll do them.
Why cinnamon?
When you're an addict, you'll do anything. What do you got? The mini ones are too much for me. The little ones dissolve too quickly.
So were you in effect like chain sucking?
Yeah, for sure, man. Are you kidding? I loved it. I looked forward to them like cigarettes. So. But what happens to me is I'll get off everything like I am now, and then I'll decide, I think I can have a cigar.
Yeah.
And then I'll have a cigar, and then within 2 weeks, I'm having 2-3 cigars a day.
Yeah.
And I feel like my mouth is rotting. So then I got to get back on the lozenges to get off the cigars, and then I'm locked on those.
So you got to look at me because I'm the only one who's currently addicted to nicotine, and I I 130% know exactly what you're talking about.
What are you on?
Yeah.
Just the
well,
mints?
No. Now I'm on.
Oh, you're dipping? Yeah. The thing is, like with that, I've done that.
But but I'm not smoking.
But I'm not. But I get it.
But my lungs are okay, Mark.
I get it. I get it. I mean, there was a period. I was getting imported snus from like Norway or either Sweden. Like someone got me involved with snus.
Yeah. Oh,
which was I think Swedish, right?
Yeah.
Originally.
Yeah.
But there's a whole catalog of. There's 100 different snuses from Sweden, and they say like it doesn't cause cancer, which is ridiculous.
You're not spitting.
But I was ordering this stuff that was so strong, like it was like heroin. Like, you know, it's just a packet of snus, and I put it in, and I'd be like, oh, man, I got to sit down. But, like, in my mind, as a sober guy, I'm like, but I'm not doing anything bad.
Right.
You're sober too, guy?
I'm sober 7.5 years, and I was actually nicotine-free when I got sober.
Yeah.
And then about 3 months into my sobriety, I'm like, well,
you need something.
I need something. I got this gigantic hole that I need to fill, and I'm going to fill it with nicotine and caffeine, and that's kind of where I'm at now. But
it's the Dom. My brother, who had never smoked in his life, when he became sober, he started smoking.
Really?
Yeah.
I've been through. I got 20 years sober, so I've been through a lot of different options.
Yeah.
With the.
But I'm looking. You're not even drinking coffee.
You got food. You got nicotine. You got sex. Yeah, and those are my. You know, if I can move those around, go through a rotation. Like the one thing I never do, thank God, is gamble. Gamble. No. I never got that sickness. I do not like losing money. I've never had an experience with gambling that I won so much money that I felt so great that I got to spend my life trying to do that.
That's funny. I get nervous while gambling. I don't. There's no rush or
that
high
is the rush. The nerves. That is the rush.
Yeah, but
it doesn't work for you.
Right. Yeah.
Mark, have you ever seen some? Because I've seen a good friend of mine. The first time we went to Vegas, I saw that switch flip.
Oh man!
And I literally had to take his ATM card because he was gonna go hard.
Really?
Yeah. And I said, dude, you need to put this in check now because he would have tapped out everything. It was crazy.
I lost. I think the most I lost was $800 in an evening, and I'm still mad at the hotel.
Of course.
Like I had
I tap out at like 40.
Yeah, it still hurts me.
More from the connoisseur.
Good food stories here.
Will it be fast food or fancy food?
Schnitzel.
Schnitzel?
Yeah.
Do you like schnitzel?
It's not bad. It's it's good. I mean, it's not great, but yum. Yeah, it'll do it.
Is that what Christoph Waltz is eating during Inglourious Bastards?
No, that's strudel.
Strudel, okay. Because I love me some strudel.
Schnitzel is very sweet.
Do you know what schnitzel is?
Is it? No. Is it a baked good? Is it a salty baked good?
It's pork.
Oh, then no.
Fried pork.
Okay.
Essentially, it's like a fried pork tenderloin, so it's not anything like a schnitzel.
I don't like it much. Yeah.
You don't like schnitzel?
Nah, I'm not a big schnitzel guy.
I mean, I like it. It's good enough. So anyhow, Schnitzel Fest event in Bavaria, Germany. Apparently used 400 pork chops, 4,000 eggs, 551 pounds of breadcrumbs to create a giant schnitzel. And the resulting schnitzel is 2,663 pounds.
Wow. People must have been schnitting for weeks after.
That's good, dude.
You knew it was coming.
I just took a hairy schnit.
753.5 square feet is how big it is.
Wow.
I've had schnitzel in Germany, in Munich. We were having dinner, and I'm like, how can I not have schnitzel?
If you're going to have schnitzel, you have it there. So what did you think?
It's good. It's not great.
In Philadelphia, who's in news to retire or move on, just because Jim Gardner, obviously was here for 45 years. But somebody that I actually became friends with and worked with, not when I was at NBC 10, but actually when I did that Ancestry thing, he did a story on my family, Jim Rosenfield, and he's leaving NBC 10.
I like him a lot.
Yeah, and next week is his last week, so we're not going to be here. And obviously it's overshadowed by Jim Gardner retiring from 6 ABC. But yeah, Jim Rosenfield from NBC 10 is moving on.
He'd been on the anchor desk a couple of times, had he not?
Oh, yeah, he was the anchor. Yep,
Yeah.
he was the anchor. I'm not sure if he is retiring or if he is going somewhere else.
That was going to be my question.
I'm pretty sure that he is retiring and doing other things, is what I've heard.
All right. Well,
He's
good luck, Jim.
Good dude, man.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll miss you, man. All right. Well, thanks for the heads up on that, Kath. Let us do the bizarre file now. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, this morning it is brought to you by Wawa and gift card season of year, of course. And Wawa is your one-stop shop for all gift cards. From Wawa gift cards, Wawa e-gift cards, or a gift card from your favorite brand. Wawa has a gift card for anyone on your list. All right, see if you can follow along this story. It's a little bit confusing, but interesting nonetheless. A Michigan mother has been charged after allegedly harassing her own teenage daughter and her daughter's boyfriend under a fake identity online. Kendra Gale Licari of Mount Pleasant, Michigan, is charged with 2 counts of stalking a minor and 1 count of obstruction of justice, both felonies with a maximum of 5-year sentences. Also, she received a 10-year sentence for using a computer to commit a crime, which is a felony. So officials began investigating her alleged messaging after cyberbullying complaints were sent to her daughter's school district, Beale City Schools, where Licari was also a girls' basketball coach. The complaint involved Licari's daughter, as well as the teenager's then boyfriend. Licari and the other student's mother initially helped the school district investigate the harassing messages. So this woman is sending these, okay, and she's helping investigate this.
It's deranged.
But when the district's resources ran low and it became apparent that many of the messages were received off school grounds, the local police stepped in to help. And family members then told authorities that the teenager started getting the messages, started getting them early last year. After the prosecutor's office gathered 349 pages of text messages and social media DMs, the local authorities ultimately called in the FBI's Computer Crime Division in April. This has been going on for a long time. Superintendent William Chilman said that authorities told them that they suspected that Licari was connected to the messages. The FBI confirmed their suspicions when it determined that the messages were coming from the Licari's IP addresses. Licari admitted to police to sending the messages. So one of the officers said, by and large, it was mostly just harassing type text messages, demeaning, demoralizing, and just mean text. When the case first came to our office, it was bizarre and almost hard to believe. We're talking about several hundreds of text messages, over 1,000 pages of discovery in the case. Licari allegedly masked her location with a software platform and used multiple numbers and area codes so that it would seem as if her daughter's friends were sending the text messages. They called it a version of cyber Munchausen syndrome in a sense that this seems to be the type of behavior where you're making somebody feel bad or need you in their life because of this behavior. She ultimately aided her daughter in telling authorities about the messages. If at any point, the officer said, that this became something they didn't want to engage in or continue, they could have stopped. But rather than stop, they continued to snowball into this sophisticated plan where they try to conceal their identity and throw the police off of their tracks. Licari's alleged motives are not clear. However, her daughter and the other teenager are said to be distraught over this whole thing. Your own mother doing this to get attention on
That's
her.
Munchausen. Yeah,
Isn't that wild?
that's a classic example.
Yeah. Here's some idiots. 2 young men who've been charged with carrying out a swatting spree over the span of 1 week in November as they allegedly hacked into a dozen Ring doorbell cameras across the country and live streamed police response have been arrested and charged. Kaya Christian Nelson of Racine, Wisconsin, and James Thomas Andrew McCarty of Charlotte, North Carolina, were indicted by a federal grand jury last week.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the federal indictment returned last week said that the pair allegedly gained access to several home security door cameras sold by Ring. They allegedly obtained login information from Yahoo email accounts to victims across the nation. Nelson and McCarty are accused of calling 911, where those victims lived and they would make false reports intending to generate an emergency response to the homes. Nelson, also known as Chumlul, and McCarty, a.k.a. Aspartame, are also accused of accessing the Ring devices and live streaming the audio and video on social media as authorities responded to the hoax calls while allegedly taunting officers and residents throughout the cameras. Listen to these incidents that took place, okay? One took place in West Covina, California. They allege that Nelson and an accomplice called police. They are posing as a minor, reporting her parents drinking and shooting guns inside the house. Nelson accused of using the Ring camera to taunt officers as they arrived at the home. In another incident in Florida, McCarty, Nelson, and an unindicated co-conspirator called the police department claiming to be a man who had just killed his wife. He was also accused of saying that he had a hostage in the home and that he had rigged it with explosives. This can get people killed, folks.
So realize you're showing up to a house where the people inside have no idea what's going on.
None.
They could easily make the wrong move and end up getting killed.
The series of swatting incidents prompted the FBI to issue a public service announcement urging anyone with smart home devices and cameras and voice capabilities to use more complex passwords to prevent the attacks. Nelson is currently incarcerated in Kentucky after allegedly calling the police there, saying that there was an active shooter at a local school. He was sentenced to 7 years in prison. McCarty is also accused of making at least 18 calls to police and schools threatening attacks as well.
I'm incarcerated, Lloyd.
If convicted by
Lloyd must be his
conspiracy,
lawyer.
each of the men faces a statutory maximum sentence of 5 years in federal prison as well. But that's just an idiot, a couple of idiots. All right, one last story, and then we will wrap it up. Let us end the year with this one. A Los Angeles sheriff's deputy is under investigation for apparently having sex on the job, or at least that's what it sounded like, on the radio broadcast that picked up some of the nitty-gritty.
So he didn't realize he was broadcasting his affair out to other people?
I believe it was her. But yes, the audio obtained by TMZ could be heard over LASD airwaves this past weekend. It came from what a rookie female deputy was working at the men's central jail and that night. And it sounded like during a break in her shift, she got in a little bit of business. You can hear a woman giggling and warning her partner that he's going to rip her underwear, to which he responds to playfully. And now law enforcement sources say this deputy went out to a parking structure that night, and her bosses believe she accidentally engaged her radio while getting into it. And she eventually realized the microphone was open and shut it down, and the damage was done at that point. So the agency has launched an internal investigation to find out more about the incident.
You're not supposed to do that.
And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file. All right, we're going to take a break. And what am I giving away? Casey's last case of beer. Giving away a lot of beer this morning. Last case of beer from Victory. It's called Dirt Wolf, one of Philly's favorite beers. We'll take caller number 19, 215-263-WMMR. It's big and bold, delicious double IPA on the prowl at 8.7%. You can find Victory Dirt Wolf near you. So we'll take that caller now. We'll come back in a moment. And lesson question, trash, music news coming up. Stay there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Cue the jingle.
It's funny when you have something that you think is authentic and then you later do have the authentic version of something and your opinion of it changes 180%, 180 degrees, I should say.
Organizers say it took nearly 3,700 gallons of oil to fry. A Guinness World Record adjudicator, how do you say that word?
Adjudicator?
Adjudicator, thank you. Was on hand to verify the Schnitzel's measurements.
They called me the Schnithead.
And certify that it broke the previous record of 1,212 pounds, so it blew that record away. And it was then split up into 4,800 portions and sold to attendees at the festival.
Yes, we put it on a conveyor belt and it comes right out to Schnitthorn.
Keep going. Do more.
What were you going to say? You were going to say something.
Well, so it's just a pork chop, basically?
Yeah, I don't know if it might be the tenderloin case. I'm not 100% sure what part of the pig it is. But yeah, it's like a fried pork chop or a fried tenderloin.
Yeah, I never really cared for pork chops.
Oh, man, I do love pork.
I know, and people, like my father loves them, and I like them only if they are incinerated to the point.
No.
That's the only way I can eat
You got to get them juicy. All right, well, anyhow, they made the biggest one in the world.
What cartoon has a character named Schnitzel?
That was Chowder.
Chowder, that's it.
And
okay.
Schnitzel would only say rattle, rattle. He never said anything other than that, rattle, rattle.
I was looking for that, and I came across something that says Schnit in the bathtub, so I'm going to
go ahead.
That.
Let's hear what that is.
I don't know what that is, but...
Oh, no, someone decided to take a shit in the bathtub. Not again.
You know what that was from?
What is that from?
That OxyClean parody. You remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
my God, that was funny.
That was very funny.
That was
where they add the dialogue.
Just take this effing thing right over here and rip this. Oh, look at that. Someone schnit in the bathtub.
Oh no, someone decided to take a in the bathtub. Not again.
Not again.
I saw this story. I thought this was kind of interesting. A pair of panties.
Yeah.
Belonging to Adolf Hitler's wife, Eva Braun, sold at auction for around $6,000 over the weekend. Oh, geez. The pink.
Put on the panties!
Yes, the pink.
The ones that I like, the pink ones!
The pink silk panties,
oh boy,
embroidered with Braun's initials, came from a private European World War II collection. They were sold to an anonymous UK telephone bidder.
These are like bloomers.
Who also bought her, you're right, they are, they're huge.
Yeah.
Who also bought her white lace night dress for $5,000. You know there's some guy wearing these things staring in the, in the mirror.
Fatherland!
Yes.
Oh my God! You know, as obviously as staggeringly aberrant as Hitler was with all of his little things like his all the weird creepy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Him having sex is at the bottom of the list of things I want to think about Hitler doing.
Yeah. Auctioneer Jonathan Humbert said that there was perennial interest in items from the Nazi Germany area. In the same auction, a bracelet presented by Goering's wife, Emmy.
I got you something.
Sold for about $3,000.
Oh my gosh, he went to Javid.
The gold-plated bracelet dated 1938 has a central locket with a swastika and opens up to reveal a picture of Hitler, of whom Goering was a close confidant, of course. So there was a picture of Hitler in this locket that he gave to her with the bracelet.
That's right there. Too cute to not commit genocide.
Oh, my God. Happy wife, happy life. I actually said that phrase to someone the other day, a minute, and it's
it's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, and you know when things, you walk in and you can feel it in the air.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
I know.
Oh no.
And then when I say it's because you're on your period.
Oh my God.
You said that one time and you never said it
Is
again.
it girl things? What did you say?
Oh my God. They turn into Rambo.
Yeah.
They turn into Rambo.
It's gonna get bloody. I'm coming for you.
Oh my God. Kathy, what were you going to say? Oh,
Having my period, having to use the feminine hygiene products, spitting on us, calling us baby killers.
And we know it. It's so bad. I hate it, but listen,
use it.
I'm an animal.
I do
once a
again.
month.
As I've said, my it's pretty even keel. I don't have the Jekyll and Hyde thing. You know.
No?
Yeah.
God,
Never
you're
had that.
lucky.
What country was Hawaiian pizza invented? 215-263 WMMR. We will go to Kara and see if she knows the answer. Hey, Kara.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, Kara. So, do you know what country Hawaiian pizza was invented in?
Canada.
That's correct.
Yeah. They call that the Big Island, Preston.
Because it used to be, it was pineapple and Canadian bacon, which is essentially ham anyway.
Yeah.
But I remember when you first would order, or at least I remember when I first ordered Hawaiian pizza, that it was advertised as pineapple and Canadian bacon.
There you go. Would never have guessed.
It's like a nightmare for me.
I love it.
Really?
The cooked fruit situation for me is
yeah,
like
that's
I'm out.
right.
I'm just out.
That's right. Any hot fruit. You know, there's a band name, Hot Fruit. Damn it. I got to write these down.
Romano, come down and see my new band, Hot Fruit. We sizzle.
We're sick.
They sizzle.
I'm sorry. Did I hear that again?
I'm Captain Romano, come see our new band, Hot Fruit. Boys, we sizzle.
Hot Fruit. All right, anyhow.
What do we play? I'm interested.
That's a good question.
Nothing but Shania Twain.
All night.
Oh.
Let's go, girls.
All right.
Want some Hawaiian pizza?
Hot fruit.
And the director, by the way, is a guy named Jim Mickle. He's from Pottstown.
Oh,
on, Jim Mickle.
Oh yeah, actually, he did a movie I've mentioned before, a vampire movie, a really good vampire movie called Stakeland.
No kidding.
Yeah, really well done.
Okay.
Kathy just got a message.
Kathy just wants
Everything
to.
okay?
Yeah, she just wants to listen to some music.
Yeah.
Turned over to B101.
Wait, I'm trying to win the
Station I
prize.
really
I'm trying to win Richard Marx tickets.
Can you guys be quiet?
Can you guys just take a break for a minute?
Yeah, my name is RONANO.
Oh my God, thank you. I'm so excited.
I can't. I'm at work.
Yeah, you can't get more excited.
Yes. You can't get more excited that you just won tickets. I can't. I'm at work.
I work at WMMR. I do the morning show.
Well, can you go outside and scream?
Kathy at WMMR.com. You can't win this.
You could actually walk one block down and pick up the tickets.
Guys, I'll be right back.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
I noticed.
Just noticed more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
The Cold War. CW.
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. So all the jokes were told between Soviets but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person.
I don't. They're not clear on what the purpose.
Or was
of this
it for their?
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at
So
the CIA.
there's a lot of Yakov Smirnoff stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, you want to hear the joke?
Please tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States
For a little
is so
background, that one, now we have the famous Bill Weston Santa call, but that is a buddy of Casey's who he calls Super Dave. None of us know Super Dave, but Casey was pulling pranks. We also have you know what? Can we play?
You want to do the Rovine?
Do we have the Matt Rovine one too?
That one's good,
Why
too.
not? Because we're not going to be able to fit all these in.
We also want to get the Stallone, the full.
We got it. Yeah, that's ready to rock here. Press, you want me to just put this in the stack here?
Yeah, so Matt Rovine used to work in our sales department here. He works over at 6ABC now.
Now he's his own. He's got his own thing.
Oh, I didn't know that. When did that happen?
This year. Yeah.
Oh, good for him.
Maybe he fills in for Jim Gardner
From time to time.
Yep.
Matt,
And he has one eyebrow.
You may have heard about Matt on our show for over the years because Casey likes to bust on his gigantic eyebrows from time to time.
It's not one. It's just two large.
It's
ones.
two large
really
ones.
big,
Right, yeah.
bushy eyebrows.
I'm just jealous of how handsome he is. That's what.
He's a good-looking fella. He's a great guy. So Casey also pulled the same bit on him. So let's play that as well. But we had Super Dave. I still love the no one dies at Christmas.
We have a funeral.
We have a funeral.
You bury the living person?
And then you asked, no, it was a reindeer.
Yeah.
And then you asked if they ate the reindeer. He goes, reindeer's tough.
I think it's funny. It stands alone on its own. But if you knew Super Dave, it would be even funnier.
All right, so here's the Matt Rovine one. Here we go.
Hello.
Hey Santa, how you doing?
I'm good. Ho, Casey.
We accidentally called our friend Matt earlier. I'm so sorry. We totally meant to call you. Santa, how you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Casey, do you have anything you want to say to Santa?
Casey, I've heard you've been a very good girl this year.
Well, Casey's not eating her lunch right now, Santa.
Oh, it's very important to eat your lunch if you would like all of your Christmas presents.
Well, she said she saw you on the fire engine the other night, and she wanted to know why you weren't back at the shop making toys.
Because Santa needed to take a break, but I'm back making toys right now, and I took a special break just to call Casey.
See, I told you. She wanted to say thank you for the candy cane.
You're welcome.
Casey just turned 4 years old on Saturday, Santa, and she is such a big girl. She has all these sorts of questions that she likes to ask about Santa that I don't even know the answers to. But we have an elf on the shelf. His name is Marty, and she wanted to know if all the elves were your kids.
Yes, they are, Casey.
How many kids do you have then?
I have a ton.
See, a whole bunch of kids. And you put them to work by making all the Christmas presents?
My children help me make all the toys.
How much they make an hour?
I cannot disclose that.
All right. And what did you want? Did you want to know what her, what Santa's wife's name was? Go ahead, ask him. She's so shy now, Santa. Go ahead.
Casey, don't be afraid. You can talk to Santa.
Oh, she just went and hid behind the couch. Don't say her name. I think you just scared her, Santa.
I'm sorry.
What is your wife's name, Santa?
Mrs. Claus.
See, that's what I keep telling her, but she says no. Mrs. Claus has, because Santa is your first name. It's not like you're Mr. Claus, is what she says.
That is true.
So is Mrs. Claus' first name Mrs.?
Yes, it is.
See, I told you. Told her, dude. She also wanted to know, what do you do when all the reindeer die?
They never do.
See, they live forever and ever and ever and ever. And what about Rudolph?
Rudolph is my favorite. He leads the way.
He leads the way, see? And here, sing him the song. Go ahead, sing him the song. Come on. You know, sing the song. Never mind.
Casey.
What?
Your daughter's not there.
She's right here. Santa, she's right here, Santa.
Why are you saying the F word?
Did I say the F word?
Did.
I've been a very naughty boy, Santa. I'm so sorry.
I'm in a client's. And I'm standing behind the building doing
Santa has clients, Case. Did you hear that? Santa has clients. All right, bye-bye, Santa.
I'm with a client.
He stepped outside behind the building.
Oh, my God.
I've had a client.
You guys see the request line?
Oh, my
God. Rovine's there. Matt Rovine, Merry Christmas. Hey, buddy.
Oh, my God.
How are you, man?
I'm good. I'm good. You know, that still makes me laugh to this day. I can picture myself standing outside of that meeting.
The best
And you
was
didn't even have kids at the time. Like,
No,
he jumped right in.
He didn't. And so what happened was and Matt knows I prank him all the time. So I called him and did that. And he right away was like, dude, you're faking it, blah, blah, blah. And then he like hung up on me and I texted him. I was like, dude, I'm talking to my daughter right now. Like, I can't believe you did that. And then he stepped outside of the closet.
I felt so bad, and I called him back, and then, you know, this is what, 15 years ago?
Yeah, it has to 13.
be. Yeah,
13 years ago.
Wow.
Unbelievable. How long ago did you leave the station, Matt?
I think six years.
6 years? Okay. All right. And then you were working at 6 ABC, and now you're out on your own?
That's right. Run my own business now.
What's the name of your business?
Divine Public Relations.
Divine?
Along with my wife.
Vine. Oh, Vine Public Relations.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's great! Congratulations,
good for you, man. That's
Thank
awesome.
you.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have to relive this moment every year. It's just,
I love it.
It's classic. It's the best, man. Especially in case you didn't flinch when he dropped the first F-bomb.
I did not, and I want to play it for my kids. I think they're too young, so I'll just have to wait.
Just wait.
Nice. All right, hey, buddy, have a great holiday, man. And
yeah, it was good talking to you guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, we'll see you, Matt Rovine. He's awesome, man. He's excellent. All right, we have a couple things left to do. A couple of things left to do before we wrap up. One of them is today's lesson question, and we are going to give away, by the way, for a prize. What do we have here? We have a Babylon prize pack. Why did this not start?
The hell's going on?
What? Babylon prize pack, including a branded Bluetooth speaker and wireless charger from Fandango. Also, Fandango, you get the code to see the movie Babylon. So the question we're going to go with today is, in most surveys, which country is the number one answer? 215-263-WMMR, right? In most surveys, which country is the number one answer? 215-263-WMMR is our number. Give us a call if you heard it and you happen to know, and we'll do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, this morning's brought to you by Helium Comedy Club, bringing the laughs to Philly for many years. Helium Comedy Club has the best comics of today and tomorrow, live every week.
Tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Harrison Ford reportedly tried on 75 hats before choosing the right one for his character on the new series 1923. Amazingly, it only took 3 tries before Ford selected the perfect ball gag.
Hey!
Great American Family Network star Paul Green says his favorite holiday gifts are the ones that come from the heart and not the wallet. Green says he came to this revelation when he got his first paycheck from the Great American Family Network.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Dwayne Johnson announcing that his character Black Adam is right now not part of the new James Gunn DC movie universe. Johnson revealed that he and Gunn had a great conversation that left open the possibility that he could tell people about the conversation. Yep. And that's all
right, let's go to the phone and see if somebody knows the answer to this. In most surveys, which country is the number one answer? 215-263-WMMR. We will go to Kate and see if she knows the answer. Hi there, Kate.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, Kate. All right, so in most surveys, which country is the number one answer, please?
Spain.
Spain. Yeah! Spain is correct. Hang on a second, Kate. You just got yourself a Babylon prize pack, and that includes branded Bluetooth speaker with a wireless charger and a Fandango code to see the film Babylon. It's an original epic set in 1920s Los Angeles, led by Brad Pitt, Margot Robbie, and Diego Calva. And it hits theaters Friday, tomorrow, by the way. All right, music news. Here we go.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah! Pow, 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 pow! Kaboomba!
All right, brought to you by Halcyon Floats. Give the gift of relaxation with a float session at Halcyon Floats, Philadelphia's premier float center. Float stress and pains away with the deepest level of inner peace and relaxation there is. HalcyonFloats.com. Relax, recover, reset. All right. On the first day of winter, yesterday, Weezer released another EP from their project based on the seasons of the year. The new one is simply called Seasons Winter. Rivers Cuomo described it in comparison to the others in the collection.
Stinks.
And no, he called it the most meditative of the bunch.
That's right, it stinks.
He said, for each of the 4 seasons, I set myself the goal of focusing on a specific emotion. And for winter, it was sadness. And so I just kept meditating on sadness. And I guess that manifested as loneliness and a need for companionship and understanding. Sounds like a ball of laughs.
Yeah. He needs to go to Spain.
He also announced that the band is getting ready to make a big tour announcement sometime soon. No other details were revealed. Dave Grohl continues to post videos of his Hanukkah Sessions cover series. Each year he teams with friend and musician producer Greg Kurstin to put on a concert to celebrate the life and work of Jewish musicians and cover their music. The two of them also backed Kurstin's bandmate Inara George perform the 70s classic from 10cc, The Things We Do for Love.
I am a huge 10cc fan. The original soundtrack is one of my favorite albums. That's where that I'm Not in Love comes from. And there's just a ton of great stuff.
Well, I love The Things We Do for Love.
Yeah.
It's just a fun song. And as a bonus, Tenacious D, Jack Black added background harmony on that as well. Earlier this week, he did a version of Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Spinning Wheel. The performances were recently taped in front of a small live audience in Los Angeles. More are expected to be released this week, and you can find them on Foo Fighters' Twitter page. Wolfgang Van Halen is looking to wrap up sessions for Mammoth WVH's second album sometime next month. The guitarist spoke to Metal Talk and offered up an update on the band's sophomore release. He said, I'm probably about halfway through it, recorded. Got a bunch of stuff recorded before we started on this tour, and then once I got home, I have a little holiday break, but then in January, I'm going to go finish it. So it'll be ready to be released sometime next year. Now, although Mammoth WVH is a bona fide band while on the road, Van Halen explained that it's a different story once in the confines of the studio. He said, in the studio, I do everything. 9 Inch Nails is its own thing in the studio, and then live, it's separate. And I think that I found a comfortable way how I record albums now so that I'm having a good time doing it.
Don't fix what isn't broken, A. And B, that's been the case, like the case with Jeff Lynne. You know, Jeff Lynne creates for ELO, 90% of the stuff he's doing that himself, and then the band plays it when they go out on tour.
Yeah, Boston was that way too. He went on to say, I've been in bands before where it's like a collective experience, and this is something that's separate from that. It's something that's fully my own, and it's very exciting to be able to have that sort of creative outlet. He added in that next year he's already looking. It's going to be a major year for Mammoth WVH. He said, I am grateful to be touring in any capacity. Recently announced that we're going to be opening up for Metallica next year and the year after, which is really crazy. So I'm just honored to be out there and that people are willing to come and see us from the bands that have opened for them, and I am very grateful for the opportunity.
I wonder if that's why so Mammoth WVH is kind of a clunky, I think it's kind of a clunky name. I'd go with like Wolfgang or just Mammoth.
Just call it Mammoth.
Yeah. But I maybe that's to reinforce that band concept.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised that Metallica show in North Jersey hasn't sold out yet.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, it's two shows.
Yeah, it's why.
And you got to buy both. I just
now.
thought, I thought that there was, right, Case, I just thought there'd be enough pent-up demand that they would sell out automatically.
Well, yeah, Metallica has a rabid fan base.
Yeah.
And I would have thought that they would have all sold out immediately, even though you have to buy the 2-day ticket. But there's still some that remain.
Yeah.
And then finally available now for pre-order is a new book, Alice Cooper at 75, framed by famed rock journalist Gary Graff. The career-spanning tome will be published on January 31st, just ahead of Alice's 75th birthday on February 4th, and is described as a lavish illustrated biography of the original shock rocker, examining an extraordinary career through the lens of 75 key events, releases, and collaborations. And the 208-page Alice Cooper at 75 includes a whopping 350 color and black and white photos and sells for $75, as you might imagine.
I'm a fan, and just not even in general. The music was fun, but the way he treated that persona, the way he sold it, and the guy that he is, it's all engaging.
Yep, I agree. And our former coworker Sydney is on the road with him, working with the band. All right, and that's what I have in music news for you. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment, get ready to wrap the whole thing up, and hand it over to Pierre Robert, and we'll give away our Word of the Week prize when we return as well. So stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Cue the jingle. In front of the Kremlin and yell, to hell with Ronald Reagan, too.
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. What?
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing in a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, did you get him? He said, no, the line there was even longer than the line here.
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
You know, maybe you don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but... you told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
I don't think you told that correctly.
Shut up.
Banana. So Stalin.
I'm going home.
Stalin was also.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. It's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in gulag.
I'm here all the week.
I would say try the veal, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way Homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. Well, these are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
They may not be married, but Jennifer Gardner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Well, you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up in the chair.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle.
Oh my God.
I want a goddamn Oscar.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
He's holding up his finger. Oh, my God.
E.T. could probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
You're right.
His heart.
Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Ben, new Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. A suspended Long Island judge pleaded guilty on Friday to sneaking into his neighbor's home and stealing panties from her clothes hamper.
Bad judge.
This is a judge. Robert Sakale pleaded guilty to second-degree attempted burglary. He was detained on March 29, 2018 when he had been knocking on it.
They call me Judge Panties.
After he'd been knocking on a neighbor's door.
I like panties.
Sakale is said to have just left the home on a different neighborhood. Of a different neighbor prior to arriving at the second neighborhood's home.
I'm touching myself under my robe.
The first neighbor was identified as 23-year-old former intern at the Islip Town Attorney's Office. Islip, where the judge used to work. Now, police found that the judge had several pairs of panties stuffed down his suit jacket.
Oh, my God.
And his raincoat when they apprehended him.
Those are my panties.
Sakale's attorney claimed that his client had changed. He said he has served the people of Suffolk County honorably for the last 26 years.
Except for the panties part.
As a legal aid attorney, town of Islip attorney, and a district court judge. He has dealt with his mental illness.
I also like to poop in oatmeal.
He's also...
What?
I like to poop in oatmeal.
He has dealt with his mental illness issues in a provocative manner and proactive manner.
Yes, provocative. Yes, oh, how provocative.
And he allegedly told officers during his arrest, the panties I had on me are from the other times I went into the house.
Okay, so don't judge him harshly.
We have a lot going on today. I want to start by saying we are going to have members of the Downton Abbey film in our studio this morning. So, in preparation for that, we're having Rambo Day on the Preston and Steve show.
Because if you think of an American movie that is most linear to Downton Abbey, it'd be Rambo.
It would be Rambo Last Blood, which is coming out on Friday, the same day as the Downton Abbey film.
Listen, you guys are excited about something, and now I'm excited about something.
I'm doing a double feature, Kath. I'm doing Rambo and Downton Abbey on Friday.
Both Steve and I are wearing John Rambo wigs and bandanas. Casey has a bandana around his neck, but he doesn't need the wig because
his hair's long enough. Yeah. So you're John Rambo, who is out and about and killing, and I'm John Rambo, who would like to get a job at a fast food place.
Yes.
Yeah, you're a little more. My hair is a little more wild right now.
And I'm wearing my hairnet still.
Yeah, you have the hairnet on. So
you know, it'd be really cool, Preston, if we have enough wigs and bandanas for the Downton Abbey cast.
Oh my God. Could you imagine if they did that? So we'll find out what happens.
I bet they'd be into that. I mean, they all have those like dry senses of British humor, but I bet they'd be into that idea.
I don't know how long I can stay with the wig on because
mine hurts.
The actual hair, it's itchy.
Yeah,
and also. It causes a cushion between my headphones and my ears.
Same here.
So it's the volume is not quite where it needs to be. So
how did Rambo ever do a radio show?
How did he do that?
Rambo in the morning.
It's 6:05 in the morning. Weather looks good for the rest of the week. And don't forget Money Shark at 8 o'clock.
Hey, Charlie Sheen was set to compete on season 28 of Dancing with the Stars, but ultimately he walked. He was talking to Us Weekly.
You have to walk to get out on the dance floor. Duh.
He told the magazine, I was very flattered by ABC and their offer.
That's what it's like.
Oh my God.
It's just always so over the top.
Oh, it's the best. Rocky V, right?
Yeah.
Call the police. The problem is I was so young I didn't realize how bad it was. We actually liked it. It was a movie that we would quote in our friend group.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What were the quotes?
You could touch me and I'll sue, right? Touch me and I'll sue. And then Rocky goes, for what?
For what? I think he maybe at some point should. I think he improved 4 with a little bit of re-editing. I do like what he did with that. Listen, he's friggin' fantastic. Even he admits that's a misstep.
Pretend that one never existed.
It could do that. Where's ho ho ho? Here it is. Right.
Ho ho ho
ho.
Who was the Don King in that movie?
I don't remember the actor or the character.
Well, the guy that he was essentially playing a Don King.
Yeah, he was.
Character actor. He was actually very good.
Yeah.
And you hated him.
Tony Burton. No, Tony Burton was.
Oh yeah, that's the his trainer, right?
Yeah, he was great.
He's very stir crazy.
That's a good question. I don't remember. Pierre Robert is here.
Yay!
Hey, man.
How do you do?
Wonderful. How do you do?
I do fine.
Excellent.
How's the weather outside?
It's
frightful.
Fire is.
Why didn't I think of that?
No, how is it? Because there's like car accidents all over the place.
Well, it's a little icy.
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, you can't see it. So I had a couple little mini slides.
Oh no.
But I only took out 3 mailboxes, so it wasn't so bad.
Okay. Wow. All right.
Okay.
That's on your own property. You get a lot of mail.
Yeah, I got a lot of mail. No, I didn't really take out any mailboxes, although I did some years ago when it was snowing. And I had an all-wheel drive vehicle at that time, and I still took out a mailbox.
Yes. Yeah, all-wheel drive won't keep you from slipping. What it can do is get you unstuck from snow. But just because, for those who have bought a four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive and think, hey, I'm not going to slip or slide anywhere. No, it can absolutely happen.
Yes,
so
it can.
Heads up on that. All right, I got a couple of errands to run, and I feel a little nervous about that.
No, you're going to be fine.
I hope so.
Yeah, just put a little salt down.
Yeah, throw it down.
Well, your car has that new salt dispenser.
Yeah, it shoots out of the front.
Yeah, it shoots out of the front, and you press more salt, and it will raise your cholesterol, but it's okay.
It's like the Mach 5.
Yeah.
You know, where the blades would come out in front.
yeah.
This just shoots salt
Absolutely,
out
yeah.
in front of your car.
It's like a James Bond car, except it shoots salt.
So in the Living Daylights, James Bond has tires that that have spikes that come out of the actual tires.
Is that in the Aston Martin?
That is in that Aston Martin for that version. Yeah. And he's riding around on a ice-covered lake.
The last one, right?
No, that was Timothy Dalton. That was one of the. That was No Time to Die. Was the last Bond movie.
Imagine if Stallone was.
It's bad.
By the way, Steve, that actor's name who played the Don King guy was Richard Gant, and I know that you're a fan of the Wonder Years, the reboot. He is in that. He plays Granddaddy Clisby.
Oh, he's the new Wonder Years is fantastic.
Really?
Yeah, he's great.
Is that from Craig Legans?
No, I just looked it
I
up.
thought he would text that in or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so shall we do the letter of the day?
I think yes.
All right, and let me see. Hold on, I don't have the button all set
Well,
up
there's a
and
new
everything.
system here, and it takes a little while to get
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
E as in early.
All right, and we'll take caller 7 at 215. 215-263-WMMR, and you'll have a shot at winning the Word of the Week prize. So come and get it. Caller number 7. Are you, like us, off tomorrow?
I am not. No,
you're working
tomorrow is our Christmas Eve show.
Oh, it's the second best show of the year, right? That you do.
It's the only two that anyone listens
Right,
to.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if I had $1 for every Wawa I've been in, yeah, I love that Thanksgiving show. Yes, and I'm on tomorrow, right after Preston and Steve. Yeah, that's fine. But, that Thanksgiving show, or, the Christmas Eve show. Yeah, tomorrow I've got a block of Pearl Jam. Yeah, that's fine. And it's just like they don't care. They just don't care.
It's Pierre's phone.
That was my phone.
Yeah.
That was my phone.
Okay.
Oh, an angel got its wings.
Huh?
Angel's got his wings.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The bell rang.
If that's the case, a lot of angels have gotten their wings in my show.
Yeah.
I always forget to turn this off. Anyway, yes. What was I saying?
You were talking about how many times people point out that one
right.
show. Yeah.
And it's the
that
Christmas
show.
Eve show
Yes.
tomorrow.
Well, that's perfect, actually, because a lot more people will be available to hear it. Yes?
Yeah. So tomorrow, normally we do the Christmas Eve show on the 24th, falling on a Saturday as it does this year. Bill and I were talking, and he thought, well, let's just do it on the 23rd. So the way we're going to do tomorrow is when the best of you guys is over, I will immediately start with Christmas music. And we'll take that all through the whole day will be Christmas music all day tomorrow. So from 10-ish to then I theoretically end at 3. Now normally my Christmas and Thanksgiving shows go 5, 6, 7 hours. But Jackie Bam Bam is doing his show tomorrow.
Right. Oh,
so Brent is not on tomorrow. It's going to be just me and Jackie, and then we unfortunately have a hockey game.
Yeah.
I love those guys. Go. Sports up. I don't know. But,
So that's going to be wonderful, actually.
no, it's
I
going to
think
be a wonderful Christmas hockey game. They're all wearing jingles and bells. And,
No, I'm talking about you.
Oh, right.
I think the fact that you're doing your show and because I always listen, I love it.
God bless you.
It's actually my favorite of the two shows. I just think there'll be more people. You put a lot of work, so there'll be more people available to hear it.
Yes, so tomorrow, as soon as you guys are done with the best of, we start the Christmas Eve show.
Right.
And that's going to go through 3 o'clock. Jackie will come in. We'll probably do an hour or so together, and then he'll take it up to the hockey game.
Hey, and by the way, speaking of Jackie, he's going to be on Fox 29 tonight.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they're going to feature him at around 6:30. He's going to be on Kelly's Drive, Bob Kelly thing. That
I watch it all the time.
Yep,
I really do. I love it.
He's going to take a tour of the Mummers Museum with Jackie Bam.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
That's great. Jackie is wild. And then, then it's off to the races. I mean, it's showtime. It's fun time.
Are you a part of the Mummers parade this year? Because I know they're changing things up as far as the telecast goes.
Yeah, they're not going to broadcast the traditional on Channel 17 the way they used to. So
it's on MeTV, Marissa was telling
right.
me.
I don't know what MeTV is, but
great.
whatever. I know it's all about me. And so, but
It's Memory TV is what it is. So it's
Right.
like it's old classic shows, but this is MeTV too.
Right, it's MeTV too, and they didn't invite me to me. So nice job, me. But so the Me TV, apparently, whatever the hell that is, will broadcast some version of the Mummers Parade, but without me.
Right.
It'll be me without me. I mean, and it's like when Little Richard won. He was announcing the award for best new artist years ago at the Grammys, and he goes, "And the winner is me. It should have been me. It should have been me all along." And people were howling, and he went, "All right, I'll open it." No, it's still me.
Wow.
I loved it. It was great.
Nice. All right. Well, we'll find out what you got going on in a moment today, but let me go to Jackie. We're looking for caller number 7. Hi, Jackie. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Wonderful. Jackie, we have a prize over here. If you want it, you got to give us a word.
Care.
Great day in the morning.
Care. Hi, Jackie. You just got yourself a $500 Amazon gift card, courtesy of the Blue Man Group. So congratulations to you.
Oh, my God. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
It's our pleasure.
I'm shaking so bad. I think my pressure's up, and I don't even have high blood pressure.
Does that come in handy, Jackie?
Oh, definitely. With the grandkids, definitely.
Oh, awesome.
Wonderful. Excellent. Well, have a great holiday. Hang on the line. We'll get your information, and we'll set you up, Jackie. And don't forget, that is from the Blue Man Group, coming to the Miller Theater. From December 27th to December 31st. And for tickets and information, you can visit kimmelculturalcampus.org. I don't think we mentioned what's happening on your show today, did we?
I want to go see that Blue Man Group. I've never seen it. I've heard it's great.
Excellent.
Yes. On the program today, we will have, as we've been doing every day for the last 10 days, a big Christmas block. Plus, Eddie Vedder's birthday is coming up. Which day is it, Nick?
It's tomorrow.
All right, so we're going to do a block of Pearl Jam today. And they have
got some Christmas songs, too, so you can toss one of those in.
2. Well, I'll do both. Someday at Christmas, I Don't Believe in Christmas. Is there another one?
Let Me Sleep, It's Christmas Time.
Oh, yeah. So I'll do all 3 of those in that block of Pearl Jam. So it's going to be a very Christmassy show. And then Queen in a workforce block, and they've got a Christmas song. And I think we have tickets for something or other. So we'll have those.
Great band.
Something or other is playing at that joint.
Nice.
That joint downtown.
Doohickey opening up.
Yeah, and Doohickey opens. And if you haven't seen Doohickey, dude, you got to go. I mean, you will start drinking the second they hit the stage.
Yep.
So Doohickey and something or other.
Thingamajig.
Yeah, thingamajig. Oh, they're in the middle.
Right. Yeah, they're just doing a short fill-in set. Well, let me thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Wawa. They have a gift card for everyone on your list. Anyone on your list. Happy holidays from Wawa. We're wrapping up for today. Thank you, by the way, for all of the wonderful text messages that have come in through the course of the morning. We appreciate the love, and we wish you as well the happiest of holidays and wonderful New Year. We'll be returning shortly after the New Year to get it together. And
always an honor and a privilege to be here, right?
Spend all this time again. Yeah, absolutely. Most definitely. So we love you. We hope you have a great day and a great holiday season. Rage on, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.
Lights, please. And there were in the same country shepherds, abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them. And the glory of the Lord shone round about them. And they were sore afraid. And the angel said unto them, Fear not. For behold, I bring you tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you. You shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host praising God, and saying, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men. That's what Christmas is all about, Charlie Brown.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I love the main line.
Sure, me too.